Hey everyone, thanks for tuning in for the first episode of Southern Discomfort. I am your host with the ghost, Ezekiel Kincaid, the paranormal pastor, and we have a great first episode lined up for everybody tonight. We are going to be looking at the quantum theory of the soul based off of a theory of quantum mechanics. Quantum theory of the soul and how that relates to the paranormal and to the afterlife. And so we're going to get into a little bit of quantum theory. I've got some educational quick videos to show you as we talk through this, because some of it can be a little tricky to understand. And before you kind of freak out about it, I am not a scientist. I'm a theologian. I am not a theoretical physicist. I do not have a degree in that. But I've been studying this subject for the past 15 years or so, and I have a pretty decent grasp in understanding the concepts of it. Now, once they get into talking about the mathematical equations, that is over my head and above my pay grade. But what I hope to do tonight is to take what can kind of be a complicated issue and take it down, get some of the fundamental principles, simplify that, and give you what some of the experts in the field are saying about quantum theory, and also how that relates to consciousness and the soul and life after death. But before we get into that, we're going to wait a little bit. We're going to let people come and join in. I know we've got people coming in on the live chat. So we do have a live chat that you can talk to people. We will be taking questions as well once we get into the meat of everything that we are talking about. So I just want to give a shout out while we're waiting to Dustin. Thank you for allowing me to do this. Thank you for supporting my writing and supporting me for being one of my best buds. I appreciate it. And thankful for bootsie. She is the one who made the artwork for this. So let me give you a little. Everything I do, I always have a purpose and a meaning for it. And so when I was telling KK kind of what I had in mind for a title for the show and everything, she did a phenomenal job of taking those concepts and putting them into art. And it was beautifully done. But if you noticed on like the thumbnail and the video that just played, there's several things in there that really define my life and tell about me as a person and the journey that I'm on. The first thing you may have noticed is the name of the show, Southern Discomfort. And we had the big alcohol bottle. Instead of Southern Comfort, we labeled it Southern Discomfort. And the reason for that is I'm a former alcoholic, and I'll be sharing my story and my story of recovery as things progress here with Southern Discomfort. And so that is a huge part of my story and a huge part of my testimony in my life and what God has done for me. And so I wanted something like that in the artwork to show where I've been, where I've came from, and what has really impacted my life, both positively and negatively. I came up with the name Southern Discomfort because we are going to be talking about things that at times on the show may make you a little uncomfortable. We're going to be talking about horror. We're going to be talking about the paranormal. We're going to be talking about religion and anything else that I feel is important to talk about on the show. So that is the reason for the name of Southern Discomfort. You'll also notice a church on there. I was a pastor for about 20 years before I got into writing horror and into chaplain work, which is what I do now. So that's on there. And you also see Theodosia. She is my haunted doll. I've got her right here with me. I know some of y'all have not met her before, but this is Theo. A lot of the regulars on the channel know who she is, and y'all get to stare at her beautiful or ugly face, depending on your perception, every single week. So Theo will be here with me every single week at the show. And one of these episodes, I'll probably get into telling the story behind the doll and the paranormal activity surrounding that, and also how that influenced my my current book series out called The Dreadful Death from Raventail Publishing, which Theo is the main character in it. And last thing I'll talk about the artwork, you'll notice in one of them I have a Phantasm shirt on from the movie Phantasm, and in the other one you can actually see the tall man from Phantasm. I'm trying to stand her up so she doesn't fall. And Phantasm is one of my all-time favorite horror movies. It's up there for me with The Exorcist and Evil Dead. And so KK did a good job of kind of pushing all these things together that tell about me and putting it in the artwork. And so I thought she did a phenomenal job with that. But I've got with me today, I've got Dustin is with me, Vickie is with me, my fiance Bethany is with me. So they'll be here on the panel as well. And everybody who's here saying hello on chat, wanted to tell y'all, hey, I see them coming up on the screen right now, seeing everybody we got. Thank you, KK, putting that link up there. Myers, welcome, Myers. I see you. All right. So before we get started, I'm just going to give another minute or two, because I know we got some people still kind of coming in and jumping on and trying to join us. So I'm just going to share with you a little bit of some books and comics that I am reading right now that I would highly recommend if you have not read them or heard of them yet. So the first one that I wanted to share is, this is my current read right now. It's called The Troop by Nick Cutter. And this is about a group of Boy Scouts that go in the woods for some adventure. And they end up coming across this man that has something terribly, terribly wrong with him. And it's some type of, from what I'm gathering so far, some type of genetic government experiment gone wrong. Nick does a very good job. He's a great storyteller. His pacing is good. His dialogue is good. Both Clive Barker and Stephen King highly recommended this book. And Clive Barker is one of my all-time favorite horror writers. And so this has been good so far. So 2 thumbs up so far from the Zeke. I would recommend this. Comic book wise, for horror fans, I'm in Gideon Falls. This is volume 4. If you like your horror mixed with a little bit of science fiction and multiple worlds and time travel, this is the series for you. Gideon Falls follows the story of a couple characters, and there's this mysterious black barn that kind of appears out of the middle of nowhere, and they're trying to find the pieces for them. And this black barn has this place in it called the Center, where the Center, CENTER, where this some type of evil entity dwells. And the black barn is some sort of multiple worlds time portal that the main characters are going back and forth through, trying to figure out how to stop this creature. So I am in volume 4, just Gideon Falls. The other one I just started, Something is Killing the Children. I'm in the 2nd volume. It is about a monster that eats kids, and it has been pretty good so far. I've just read the 1st volume, just now getting into the 2nd one, but I have really liked what I've read so far, so I will keep y'all updated on that. But after reading the 1st volume, it's definitely one I would recommend. So if you're looking for something good to read besides that awesome guy, Ezekiel Kincaid, you can pick up Nick Cutter's The Troop. You can get it on Amazon. You can also pick up Gideon Falls there on Amazon or at your local comic shop, as well as Something is Killing the Children. How are we, Dustin? How many people we got on and in chat?
So far, we've got 8, but those 8 are doing really good because we've got 93 comments already. So,
oh wow,
yeah,
I'm talking away.
Yeah. And right.
See Yo Baby's comment. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. That stinks. I hope you get to feeling better, Yo Baby. Well, I guess we will go ahead and get started with the meat of what we all came here to talk about, and that is quantum physics and a theory of the immortal soul, the immortal consciousness that lives on after death. So what we are going to do here is we're going to, first of all, for those of you who are unfamiliar with quantum physics and what that even is, we're going to talk about that in a very simplistic manner, just so you can kind of get the basics, because these basic building blocks are necessary to understand how quantum physics works and how some of the things we'll talk about, non-locality, superposition, entanglement, what all these things are, and then how that relates to consciousness in the brain and what happens to our consciousness after we die. So we'll be mentioning some names of some physicists. I have some videos that we're going to watch and talk through, and Dustin is going to be controlling that for me. And then once we kind of make sure you're all trekking with me on just the kind of basic things of quantum physics, then we will jump into one of the models that I subscribe to about quantum consciousness, quantum immortality, and how that relates to the paranormal and the afterlife. So, Dustin, can you pull up that first video I sent you, the introduction to quantum physics?
The introduction, he sure will.
Yes.
Quantum physics right there. Okay, let me get it up to present. Screen share. And let me know when you see it, so I know it's working okay.
Okay.
All right, let me see here. What's it doing? It's all right here. Quantum physics right there. That one. Share. Okay. All right, can you see it?
Yeah, that's the one on consciousness.
Yeah.
We need the other one, Dustin.
Quantum. Oh, okay, oops, wrong one. Right, here we go. Quantum physics right there. Okay, I clicked the wrong one.
Is it coming, Dustin? Hey, Dustin, if you can hear me, I can't see it.
You can't see it?
No, did you put
it?
the first? No, did you put the first video up? Because it still says,
Yeah.
"What is consciousness?" From what I'm seeing.
Oh no, because it's already 47 seconds, and I'm watching on my phone too, and it's showing on the phone.
Oh, okay. It's not showing on my end for some reason.
It's not showing on my end either.
Me
All I
either. I
see is
can't see
that
anything.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, same here, Vickie.
Can anybody in
Anyone
chat
the
see it?
audience?
Is
Hey,
anyone in
we're
the
still-
audience?
We're still working out the technical difficulties and trying to figure this out.
Yeah,
Y'all let
'cause
us know
that's
what you
showing
see.
Here, let me. Okay, you can you see
I
me?
said no.
I can see you.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can see you.
See, here's because I got it up on
People
my
in
phone.
chat
Right
can't
there
see it.
is. The video's 47 seconds in. It's already.
Yeah, that's what is consciousness.
No.
We need the.
Oh yeah, it is. You're right. Yeah.
The what is-
Wow.
What is
Yeah, but
quantum?
it's still not playing on this end though.
Why is it on there? Because it shows quantum physics. Try this, and it's got the purple screen. Let's see here. We'll get it. We'll get it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me stop screen. We'll do it again. Share screen. Okay. Share screen. And we want the quantum physics.
Yeah. Quantum physics explained. It says if you don't understand quantum physics, watch this.
Yep. Right there. Okay, we'll try this again. Because that. There it goes. All right. Let me go back to the beginning.
Is it working? you figure it out, Dustin?
Are you still there, Zeke?
Yeah.
What in the heck just happened? I have no idea,
I
but
don't think it's going to work.
yeah.
I don't know, but I brought you on 3 different times. I didn't know where you were.
I got booted. I got booted.
Well, Zeke, can you at least give us the highlights of what was on the video?
Yeah, we're going to have to do that. I was hoping the video would work because it had some cool graphics and everything like that.
Well,
So we'll just kind of let old Zeke here explain a little bit of quantum mechanics and just the part that is necessary for our discussion. And make sure I've got all my definitions here that I want to read y'all. So when we are talking about quantum physics, we are talking about how subatomic particles act in the quantum level, which is beyond the naked eye. So in classical physics, we are used to a lot of determination, like a lot of laws that are in effect, such as gravity and things of that nature. Also in physics, in classical physics, we are not used to something being able to be in more places than one. We are also not used to this concept of randomness that seems to be at the quantum level. Like in the world that we see, everything operates by certain type of laws. At the quantum level, though, there are certain things that govern the quantum level. There is a whole lot of things that go against everything that we see in classical physics. One of those things is what happens on the subatomic level when a particle is measured or observed. So let me explain to you what is called the double slit experiment. So let's say you have this gun that shoots electrons. Okay, little tiny, y'all know the electron, subatomic particle inside the atom. So you have this gun that can shoot electrons. Now, let's say you set up to shoot at the wall. And in this wall, you have a slit, just one slit going down the middle. Now, when you shoot that electron one at a time, what happens is where that slit is, on the other side of the wall, you're going to see markings right where that slit is. Now, the interesting thing that they came up with and what they saw happen at the subatomic level, they were like, let's put 2 slits in this wall and let's just fire electrons away at it. Now, what happened when they did this is really what kind of blew their mind. Now, you would think if electrons actually function as like a little particle, then when you shoot at this wall with 2 slits, what you should see is one slit where the electrons have gone through and then another slit where the electrons had gone through. But after they did this experiment, what they discovered was not that. Rather, what it looked like is the electrons had remained in a wave pattern. And when they went through these slits and around it, they formed a wave pattern on the back of the wall. And when we when we talk about electrons being a wave pattern, it's not like a sound wave or anything like that. It's more of a mathematical equation. But the idea is when they move as these waves, they're not what we know as the small, tiny particles. So if that wasn't confusing enough for the scientists and the physicists when they were observing this, what they decided to do is they said, we're going to put up a measuring device and make a measurement. Now, when they set up this measuring device and they shot all the electrons through this gun, they were expecting to have the same wave-like pattern. But what happened is once they set a measuring device up to measure the electrons at the quantum level, the electrons stopped acting like a wave and they ended up acting like particles. And some of them went through the left slit, some of them went through the right slit. And so what all this boils down to is what you have here is an electron and these subatomic particles. They can exist as both a wave and a particle at the same time. However, when they are observed by a measurement device or an observer, they go into kind of this decoherence where they will collapse and form a particle. And so they saw this and it really blew their minds that how can we have this electron that is both a particle and a wave and it's acting like a wave, but then when it's observed and it's measured, it's like it knows it's being watched. And so it collapses into a particle. And this blew scientists' minds at first. Like it's almost like there's this consciousness that like consciousness affects things on the quantum level. So this ended up birthing a whole bunch of ideas and theories around quantum mechanics and what's going on. But one of the most interesting things that they started to look at is, okay, once these particles are observed and you have the wave function and the particle function and it's observed and one collapses, the wave collapses and the particle keeps going, well, what happened to the wave? Did it just stop existing? And this birthed two schools of thought. One school of thought is what they call the Copenhagen model, which it says, yes, once it is observed, then it makes a decision, whatever that is, it's going to be a particle, and then the wave just kind of disappears. Well, then you had Hugh Everett come out years later, and he came out with what is called the many worlds theory, which is now starting to surpass the Copenhagen theory. Used to be the most popular one, but now the multiple many worlds one is gaining popularity and is starting to become the most popular one based on the research and experiments and the math and stuff behind it. This one is gaining more momentum in the field of theoretical physicists. So what the many worlds theory says is that even though in our reality, the decoherence happens and there's a breakdown and we see the particle, what happens is this other part spin off and it made a whole other reality. So it didn't disappear in the fact that it just didn't exist. The collapse, or whatever you want to call it, it ended up making something in this reality, and then it spinned off and formed a whole nother reality where it's going on in this reality as a wave. So you have the multiple worlds theory that progressed from this experiment, and it applies to us in saying that anytime a major decision is made, especially like a a life or death type of decision. So let's say there is an instance in your life where you almost died in a car crash, but you lived. And so what the many worlds theory says is, yes, you're conscious of this reality because that's what happened. But another world broke off where you actually died in that car wreck. Another universe spinned off. And so this has become a very popular theory now in quantum physics, is the multiple world theory. And like, I'm just touching the bare minimum of this. Like, you can find a bunch of resources online if you want to dig deeper into this type of stuff. But so we talked about the wave particle and the collapse function. The other thing we need to look at in quantum physics before we go on and talk about the soul is this idea of entanglement and non-locality, and what Einstein called spooky action from a distance. And this is to me the most fascinating part about quantum physics. So what happens is, if you have two of the same waves that come together and cross paths, these waves become entangled, they become enmeshed, they become part of each other to where they almost have a mirror particle. So now that these subatomic particles are entangled, after the waves go by, even if these waves go off to 1 million light years away, what happens to one particle affects the other, no matter how far away that they are. Now, does that blow your mind? It should, because it blew all the physicists' mind at the time who were first discovering this. And so this entanglement happens, and then they can be affected, and what affects one will affect the other. And so that's the idea of entanglement, of non-locality. They also refer to a couple things. You'll hear the word superposition thrown around a lot, and that has to do with the concept of the wavelengths and everything like that. I'm not going to get too much deeper into that, because there's definitely some things you can get lost in this. And so there's plenty of stuff if you want to go out and research and look at this on your own. There's plenty of things out there. But before we move on to this theory of the soul that is based off of quantum mechanics, does anybody need me to try to go through and explain any of this again? Basically, really what I want you to grasp is the idea of entanglement, the idea that a particle can exist in two states at one time, the idea of measurement and consciousness that affects things at the subatomic realm. So kind of just anything along those lines that you may need more explanation on, this is the time to go ahead and put it in the chat. I see Spotted Ghost says he's researching photons at the moment. Yes, very interesting stuff. They act a lot like the electrons in the subatomic level. So any questions before we move on?
I'll hop in real quick while you're taking this little break and say that I can still show those two slide pictures that you sent me too.
Yeah, because that's something we're gonna get into. If you want to go ahead and put those up, I can show those slides a little bit. I'll talk about that before we get into the OR model.
Well, which one would you like to have first? The one that shows the spherical or the one that has all the wording on it.
You have a question.
I'll do this one.
Okay. Yeah, the entanglement and non-locality. There it is. If y'all want to kind of read that, it just kind of explains a little bit of what I had just talked about as far as the entanglement and non-locality idea.
Zeke Spotted Ghost asked, do you know about excitons? If I said that right.
It's not ringing a bell.
Hi, Allie. I'm here. I'm just
Allie.
in quiet.
Now, spotted ghost, is that a particle?
Here it is.
Quasi-particle. Okay. So is that the thing where it has something to do with the electrons like gathering or sticking or something like that? We'll see what he answers. Because I have not heard of that. It will be something for me to look up.
I haven't either. I've got to look that up too.
All right. Dustin, you can go ahead and take that one down.
Okay. Dago asked a question too.
I don't see it yet, buddy.
He says, so what you just explained exists together?
Like the which part? Yeah, all of it exists together. At the quantum level, I mean, you have waves that can pass each other and become entangled and take on each other's properties. And when those waves are going through each other, and once they're entangled, if you do something to one, whether it's a million light years away, it's going to affect the other. That's why Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. And you know, there's also the thing that the particles can exist as electrons can exist as a wave or a particle. Okay, Spotted Ghost just pulled something up there. Oh, okay. A 3D wave in order to find an electron hole. Okay. Gotcha. I do remember that. Yes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm just reading through the comments right now. Yeah, it's very cool. All right, so getting into the meat of what I really want to talk about here, based off of quantum theory. When we talk about quantum consciousness, the existence of the soul and consciousness, first of all, scientists don't really know what causes consciousness, so to speak. They relate it to the brain and say it has something to do with the brain, but that is about the extent of it. We know religions have been teaching for the longest time that there is this duality of the soul and the body, and that the soul or the consciousness goes on living after death. Now, what was really cool in one of the videos I had wanted to show, because these are some of the world's top leading scientists and physicists that we're talking about, that we're talking in this video. And it was really cool hearing them say, yeah, you know, as we're starting to research this, as we're starting to study quantum theory more, in the way things operate, more and more evidence is pointing towards an existence of consciousness that can happen beyond death. And they get into, and they were talking about, let's go back to our double slit experiment, about how the conscious observer, once the electron knew that it was being measured and observed, it stopped its duality. There was a decoherence that happened, and it broke down into either the wave or the particle. And one of these physicists goes back, and he's talking about this idea of consciousness in the universe, and how it is our consciousness that has brought about life in the universe and everything, and not the other way around. And he did a much better job. Obviously, he's smarter than I am at explaining when he was talking. But one of the things he hint at is that in order for the Big Bang to have had to happen, and for all of these things to take place on the quantum level and build up from there, there had to be some kind of conscious observer. And he was linking that concept to God, which I thought was really, really cool. And so as things are progressing in quantum physics, what we're starting to see is this integration here of what science says and what religion says. Religion has been saying that there is a God, that there is a soul, and that there is life after death. And quantum physics is coming along now, and in a lot of these interpretations is the science and the math behind it is confirming these very things. And so the idea of life after death is moving out of the discussion of just a purely religious topic, and is now becoming a scientific topic based on some of the breakthroughs in quantum physics. And so let's talk about what is called the ORC, not ORC like in Lord of the Rings, orchestrated objective reduction, ORC for short, ORCH, ORC-OR, the ORC-OR model of quantum physics. This particular theory says that our consciousness is dependent upon all these little quantum computations that go on inside the brain. And they talk about these little tubular things called microtubules. So Dustin, I think we have a picture of a microtubule.
Zeke, you have a question.
Yes. We'll get to that. We'll get to that question, TrueCom, once I finish talking about this. So this is a microtubule. This is what we see in the brain. This is what we see in plants and other protein-based structure. Now, what the OR model says is you have this little microtubule here. These tubes are all inside the neuron of the brain. And what these little tubes do is they regulate, the fancy word is called synapses. And basically all that is where the neurons are in the brain are connecting and communicating. And so what they propose is that these microtubules inside the brain that are in control of all of the neuron functions, that this is what is responsible for consciousness. These things serve in nature as basically kind of a part of the cell's type of nervous system. And so what they say is going on here, you have these little quantum bits of information in these tubulars that are rapidly firing at a fast pace like a quantum computer. And they're saying that the activity that goes on in this little microtubular thing is what is responsible for our consciousness and our brain function. Now, what is interesting here, we've talked on this channel before about near-death experiences. Now, if consciousness is strictly a purely physical thing that is tied only to the brain, then there should be no such things as near-death experiences. In one of the videos I showed you, and this is kind of, Dustin, maybe we can post the link to the videos after I'm done so people can go back and watch them, because I want them to hear this from some of the top physicists, theoretical physicists in the field. And what they are saying when they talk about near-death experiences is that if consciousness was purely a physical thing that was based purely on brain function, then once the brain died, people should not be having a conscious experience after death, especially ones to where they're floating above an operating table and hearing the conversations that are going around. There's been recorded testimony of somebody hearing a conversation that happened 5 blocks away from them. And so if consciousness is merely a physical locale in the brain, then these things should not be going on. There should be no consciousness once there's no brain activity. But what has happened is the absolute opposite. Once a person is declared dead, those brain monitors have stopped doing and all the activity has left the brain. These people are still having conscious experiences. And I believe that is because consciousness, while it is in the brain and while we are conscious beings in a consciousness in a body experiencing things through a physical body and in a physical world, that consciousness is something that goes beyond the physical. And so this is what this OR model says, is that you have these microtubulars, that all this quantum activity is happening. And think about what we talked about non-locality. All right, that these things don't have to have a certain location to exist and survive. And so what they propose is that this consciousness, it is not dependent upon the physical, it's not dependent upon the brain, even though it is contained there. And so that's why consciousness, they say, can continue after death. And that there's a lot more that goes into this theory when they talk about how the same quantum state in the mind can continue after death without any type of decoherence, and the whole quantum field breaking down. That's a little too much what we're going to get into tonight, but there is definitely a lot of people who are starting to jump behind this type of model. So let me just simplify it all and break it down for you. What we've looked at tonight and all the fancy language is that based on quantum theory, based on everything that's been observed in it and in the math, you have this conceptual idea that when you have these microtubulars firing away in the brain, consciousness is something that happens at the quantum level. And because of non-locality, because of superposition and all these things, once the physical body dies, this doesn't stop what's happening at the quantum level. One of the biggest things that has made people of the OR model hold on to it, and one of the things they emphasize is one of the fundamental rules of the universe is energy cannot be created or destroyed. So where does this energy go once we die? This consciousness goes. And believers in the OR model says it goes somewhere. It unites with the universe, or it goes to God, or whatever. But the one thing that they fundamentally agree on is that this model in quantum physics says that there indeed is consciousness after death. And this is huge for people in the paranormal field, and also in religion, because we have science saying something that we have all believed for a long, long time. And it's just cool to see that the proof of this, something that we always thought would probably just remain in the field of religion, that may just have to be something we take purely on faith, besides some of the other evidence we ourselves have experienced. But now we have these scientific hypotheses coming out. We have all of these smart theoretical physicists that are jumping on board this idea of a quantum soul because everything lines up with it. All right, we'll pause here for questions. If I have not done a good job explaining it, or if you're a little bit confused, please, now is the time to ask. And I will do my best. And if I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know. Because
I'm trying to find one. There was one that was asking a question on up about that they had done research for prayers and found that the research proved that prayers worked. There it is. Lori said, I've heard there's scientific proof that prayers work.
I have heard something along that lines when it comes to like brain waves and brain function and what prayer does for the person who's praying and in their brain and in their mind. I've heard that. As far as any other scientific proof, like I haven't heard that. So if there is something like that out there, please feel free to share it. Oh, that's a good question. How can this tie into astro projection travel? Well, if we have a consciousness that cannot be bound by the body, especially after death, then it only makes sense that there is some kind of way in which we can project our consciousness into another plane, into another realm. And in some of these articles I read, they actually get into that and talk about meditation in the astral plane and how there's similarities to what these are getting at, and how they've measured the brain wave functions when people are in a meditative state. It's way that type of stuff, and the brain function is way beyond my pay grade. But I will give Dustin the link to these articles too that I read, and we can have them up there for anybody who's interested in reading that.
Yeah, whenever you send them, I'll do it. But directly after the show tonight, I am putting those links that you sent me for those videos.
Okay.
I don't want to wait until after the show so it doesn't take anyone away from your podcast.
Yeah, and those videos, y'all, they're really, really good. So I would recommend watching them. They go into more depth than what I just told you, because I just wanted to touch the basics of it. But it talks about what we talked about, and it goes into more depth. And they do a phenomenal job of explaining it and making it simple. I hope that the more that I read and study this and work on communicating it, that I'll be able to communicate it that well like they do in the videos. That's my goal. When I grow up, I can be that way.
That's funny.
Any questions before we move on? Oh, looks like they're having a good discussion in there.
Oh, dude, you're killing it, Zeke. Everyone's loving you. They're all interacting, not with you, with each other too, about what you're talking about.
That's good, man.
And I'll be honest,
I know we got some people in there that probably understand this more than I do that are helping out. Yeah. So,
well, you're up to 18 people so far, and like 200 and some odd comments already. So your interaction level it's really high, and I want to thank everybody for welcoming Zeke and making him feel at home.
Yeah. So let's talk about what this means for the paranormal. So this, for all of us who have been doing this, for all of us who believe in the paranormal, the supernatural, or whether we're Christian, Wiccas, whatever, and believing in something spiritual and something beyond, like what this does, this is some hard scientific evidence that confirms what we have been saying and what religions have been saying for so long. And so after death, the consciousness, the soul, whatever you want to define it as, it continues to move on, like it continues to live. The person is still having this conscious experience after death. Now, there are still some big questions that remain unanswered, right? Why do some consciousness souls, why do some move on? Why do some consciousness stay around here? And those ones that are around here, that causes a lot of the experience that many of us have had when we're out investigating and we are encountering spirits and ghosts. And one of the things that I am starting to try to wrap my mind around in research, and that I'm starting to dig into, and right now I'm just scratching the surface, and I don't know if this is going to just go to a dead end. I don't know, but I think there could be some type of relationship. Now, yes, we got to consider the fact of what happened around the person's death. Was there unfinished business? Was it tragic? All of these other things that we have talked about why they could still possibly be around. My initial thought and what I'm trying to research is I'm wondering if this has something to do with the entanglement aspect that we just looked at. Is there some type of way? Let's say you have a soul that sticks around because of a traumatic event. Is there something that happens on the quantum level to where their consciousness and something in this event, they become enmeshed and entangled, and it traps their consciousness here? Because they're enmeshed and entangled with something else on the quantum level. I don't know. It's just a thought I have had all week long as I have studied this, and I feel like it may be fruitful to pursue that thought. And so my quest in this is looking and trying to dive deeper into this and to say, is there anything in these theories, and then based off of what we already know about the paranormal and some of our hypothesis about why some spirits stick around and why others don't, what is that connection with these hypotheses that we have, and then with the quantum theory of consciousness? Is there some kind of entanglement that happens there, or some kind of enmeshment that keeps the soul on a quantum level still somehow contained in our world where they can interact? Now, obviously, they are on a higher dimension. They're not bound by space and by time, at least not what we refer to as an intelligent haunting. Residual haunting, that's something totally different, and we could chase whole other rabbits with this, but let's just look at this theory that we're talking about in regards to intelligent hauntings. We have a theory that backs up what we've been saying, that this is real. The afterlife is real. The consciousness is real. And somehow they get stuck here. And could it be that they can't break out of their own ascent of consciousness and their higher self? Like they can't, they've hit a ceiling and they can't get out of that. I don't know. What we got? Oh, look at that. True Crime Cafe just said the same thing. They become trapped in their own level of consciousness and cannot move on to the next level. Yes, that could be. That's what I was just saying and thinking about. Like that could definitely be a possibility. So this opens up for us as paranormal investigators, and this is why I wanted to share this with you, because I want us as a community starting to look into what quantum physics and quantum consciousness has to offer us as paranormal investigators and researchers. I think we can glean a lot from it, and how these two fields work together. But we are still we still have so many unanswered questions about moving on. But what we can say is that yes, the consciousness survives death. Yes, there are some consciousness that remain here. Some consciousness go on to whatever you believe, whether it's to be with God or to be part of the universe. The thing is, we go to a higher dimension. I believe that we go to be with God, and we are entrusted into His grace and mercy. But outside of this, it's there's just this whole other dimension out there that we don't know about. But quantum mechanics, it gives us this little slit that we're kind of peering into the other side a little bit and seeing, this whole thing of other higher dimensions. All of this was based off of quantum theory as well. And that's another thing that you will notice when you start to research this, is the idea of all these other dimensions. A multiverse is another thing that has come out of quantum mechanics. So there's all of this cool stuff for you to research and learn. But for me, my particular interest is, yes, I know that there is an afterlife. I believe that by faith. I've seen it in my paranormal investigations. As a Christian, I believe that in inspired scripture. And now we're seeing science and quantum physics confirm the same thing. But my interest now is looking at this and seeing if there is anything in quantum physics that maybe can instruct us as to why some consciousness get trapped here. So that is my next area of study. And I hope it will cause you to think about that as well and start researching this. Because if you come across something and you learn something, or you start piecing something together, I want to know. I want to know what you've discovered, what you found out, what you think may make the most sense. So this is kind of a journey. And this is the reason I wanted to do the show and talk about stuff like this, because this is a journey that we're all on as people who are interested in the paranormal, in the afterlife. And so if I can help spur you along and give you some information that can maybe help us all as a community look at this, and maybe together we can start connecting some of these dots. And so I know there are a whole lot of people that come on the panel and watch the show. We all have, different religious beliefs. And so, learning from each other and talking about that is going to help make the discussion definitely more fruitful and interesting. But in all of this, we're not going to agree on every single thing. We're not all going to agree why spirits get stuck here. We're not all going to agree what the afterlife is like. But we have to remember that we are a community. We all are, in essence, looking to prove to people that there is life after death, that there are spirits. And so we have to keep that in mind as we are discussing this, to realize that we are on this journey together to help one another come to the knowledge of the truth. And so what I like about Dustin's channel is he's always talking about stuff or doing stuff that's ahead of the game, that other people, may not be doing or haven't done yet. And so I wanted to continue in that tradition, and talking about this aspect of quantum mechanics and how that correlates to the paranormal and the afterlife, because this information, it needs to get out there. It's not talked about very much. And as paranormal investigators and researchers and people who are interested in that stuff, we should know about this. And that's why I wanted to bring it to your attention. So I hope that after tonight, this will lead you into some more study on quantum mechanics and quantum theories of the soul. And there's tons of stuff people are writing that you can get on there and look, and where they're talking about even one of the things that I want to do in the future. Another show I have planned is talking about what we're learning in quantum mechanics and how that actually plays into psychic phenomenon. That is a fascinating discussion. Not one that we're going to get into tonight, because it's a whole another can of worms to to talk about, but do know that in upcoming shows, I will be looking at that. So that is all I'm going to throw at you tonight. I know this can be a lot of stimulation on the brain, and you're trying to wrap your mind around things, especially if you've never heard this before, or even if you have heard it before, still keeping up with it and wrapping our minds around it is something we have to constantly do, because it goes, quantum mechanics and quantum theory goes against our logical brain. That's why so many people at first were resistant to it. Though Albert Einstein discovered a lot of the things in quantum mechanics, and then later Niels Bohr, there was some things Einstein was just like, I can't subscribe to this. It goes against everything that is logical. But as research went on, come to find out that it is true. But there were some things Einstein would not. He denied up until he died, but these things were later to be proven feasible and true. So that's going to be it for tonight as far as this subject. If anybody has any, I see y'all up there. Y'all are going back and forth and commenting. That's awesome. I'm glad y'all are discussing this. And there's any other questions about what we talked about tonight, feel free, or y'all may be answering each other's questions in the chat, which is totally cool. Y'all don't have to listen to me.
Yeah, I think it's really, really cool. And like you said, for the future about because one of the comments I put that there is documented facts where the spirits of the victims have actually helped psychics and police solve and determine, find who and what they did.
Yep. Yeah. And I believe that. And y'all, I'm telling you, when you jump into this OR model and read it and understand it, when you hear stuff like what Dustin just said, you're going to say, oh, yeah, absolutely, that's possible. So if anything, this just strengthens our foundation.
Yeah. And we got a lot of new people. Oh, not new to me, but they'll be new to you. Like Dago, he does true crime, very good. He's always on every day.
Awesome.
And yeah, so him being in the chat is really awesome. I'm honored because he's like you. He is very smart. We got the Stock Explorer is new to you.
Yeah, all of y'all answering each other's questions and stuff in the chat, man. Thanks everybody for doing that and participating. I'm glad to see y'all are intrigued by this tonight. I've been waiting all week to share it with you.
Oh, we've been waiting. Everyone's been excited.
Yeah. We're definitely like, this is not going to be the only time we talk about stuff like this. I have got so many things that I have written along the lines of this subject when it comes to the paranormal and with psychic phenomenon and how it relates to quantum theories of consciousness. Like there was a church I used to work for, and I started writing about stuff like this. And it wasn't too long after that I got let go. So this type of stuff is not really talked about much, especially in the Christian faith. And, myself as a Christian and as a chaplain and former pastor, I want to see that change. but not just Christians, people all across the religious and paranormal spectrum. Like we've got this physics. We got a huge gun in our corner to use, and so let's use it. Let's get this information out there. Let's get people reading and studying. That's really my main goal, to kind of bring awareness to all of this.
Yeah. Do you mind if I show all of this for a minute so I can explain to a few people that are confused about what's going on?
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Okay. Here we go. Simba. Because I know you're new. Well, you're not new. You know you're from Angels and other places. But okay, here is me.
There's Justin.
If my camera will show. I don't see. Oh, there I am. Okay, right here. See, this is me.
There he is.
I'm Justin, Camo Man. Zeke is the other guy. Then you got Beth, which is his fiance. And then there's Vickie and Nikki and Blonde, yobabyblondie and Crazy Girl and Crazy Mom are the people that you'll normally see on Mondays and Tuesdays sometimes. So that way you know.
Yep. So we'll. I know Dustin and I for sure will be here every week, and then everybody else as they can show up.
Big thank you to Vickie.
Thank you, Vickie.
You're welcome. Now next week I'm only gonna highlight the questions and comment directly to you, Zeke, and not everybody's to each other, okay?
Okay.
And that way it will kind of help out with you knowing whether there's a question or something directed to you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
And Yo Baby, she just wasn't feeling good tonight. But she normally does the comments, interacts, making sure everyone is greeted, saying hi, and helping tell Vickie too if in case she misses a question. She lets them know, and then I can focus on other things for you. Because I've already got a game plan for you to run through your mind, for your picture slideshows and all that. I've already found a way around the system.
Yeah, and I know Bethany is here with me by my side. And she's up on camera.
Our beautiful Beth.
Is she muted?
Thank you.
There she is.
There you go.
Did you see this comment?
What was that?
What?
Somebody say something?
Yeah, I said, did you see this comment?
Dago says, I will definitely be here a lot more often.
Thank you, Dago. Glad to have you.
And there was a question by Spotted Ghost earlier. He said, are you afraid that people will take your ideas that you're talking about?
Like afraid of taking them and like making it, giving themselves credit for it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can't really control what other people do. I put that idea out there about kind of what I'm researching or wanting to find out between quantum mechanics and consciousness, and what that, if there's anything in relation to that with why some spirits are trapped or not. Like, I mean, I throw that out there because maybe there's somebody out there who will come across this who has already thought about that and has studied that, and we'll get in touch with me and say, "Hey Zeke, I heard you talking about this. I've studied this. Let me tell you what I have found." And so, also, like I said, your community, and this is to raise awareness. And if there's somebody out there who is steps ahead of us on this, then please get in touch with us. Let us know what you've thought about, what you've discovered, conclusions you come to, because that may help us out on this journey. So, answer the question, I mean, I'm not really worried about that stealing that idea. Now, I won't be sharing story ideas that I have because I know people will steal that because I've had that happen several times. So I will put those in my back pocket. And Bethany knows about those times that's happened. Ooh, but that's for a whole nother.
Yeah, it was word for word what he was going to work on, and somebody, less than a month later, had drafted something up, and it was like, oh, they stole that one.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I already had this out. It was being worked on and being published and being written about, and then boom.
And they even stole the title. Like, this chick really ripped it off. It was not at all original.
Anyway, I'm not bitter. I'm good.
Could you not get her for plagiarism at all, since that you'd already had it copied first?
No, she changed up just enough stuff in it.
That dirty dog.
Yeah.
Sorry.
She cheesed it up pretty good. So, yeah. But I have no problem pointing it out every time we're public.
That's right. That's my girl. Come in there. That's right. Karma's a witch.
Pretty much.
See, Spotted Ghost, you have a thought about that theory. You know, you can always contact me privately if you want to talk about that, and if you're worried about somebody stealing it from you. You know, if you want to share that, and you know, it won't go anywhere. But I would definitely be interested to hear what you think. So feel free to contact me. I'm on Twitter, Instagram. It's just at Ezekiel Kincaid, or if you're not on either of those, you can always email me. Same thing, EzekielKincaid@gmail.com. Okay, True Crime Cafe. Dago says, I was immediately interested in this type of thinking when I became an investigator and don't see it talked about enough. I 100% agree. It's not talked about enough, which is why I wanted to throw it out there tonight and get us kicked off with a bang. No use dragging our feet, right, Dustin?
Exactly.
If we're going to jump in the pool, we're going to cannonball, right? That's how we roll.
I think it was a great first start, Zeke, to bring it in and just kind of neutralize it and throw it out there to where everybody knew, like the beginning of the conversation. I think you laid it out real good tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So I'm curious. So will you probably have a part 2, or do you want to move forward from this in future discussions? Like, what's your plan maybe for future?
We will definitely get back into this in the future. This is a subject that I really enjoy. And like I said earlier, we're also going to look at the relationship of that with psychic phenomenon. So that will be a discussion that we will eventually have. So we will be talking about this intermittently in the show, but you know, we're not going to solely focus on that one thing. There's a ton of other things I want to share and talk about. We'll be doing different stuff every week. I'll still be reading some stories at times. I know how much everybody liked the Tuesday night horror readings. So there will be some times that I will keep reading. I'll keep everybody updated on my writing and my work as an author and how that is progressing and going as well. So I'll still get that.
And how about I've already given a teaser to some of them, but some of them may have came in late and not seen what I put, but about this weekend coming up. Yes,
I am heading back to Kentucky with Dustin, we have some awesome stuff planned, especially for the cursed cemetery. We're going to be trying some things out at that place. We had so much activity there when I was there last time, and then Dustin had some crazy stuff happen Halloween night there. So we were like, let's get both of us back here together and see what can happen. So we've got some really cool stuff. So I guess we'll be live streaming some of that, huh, Dustin? Tell everybody to stay tuned.
Oh yeah, most definitely, because if Crazy Girl has enough connection or Wi-Fi, it'll be her, Vickie, of course, and Yo Baby will be able to run it for us while we do our thing. So kind of like what I do for you, they'll be doing for both of us, so we can stay focused.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and I will give a hint. Some of you already know, and Zeke wants to try it too, because if I can do it, he sure can. He's in the ministry. So. But we're going to use my full body Scullys, which I also have set up with some EMF detectors onto it, so to help with any debunking and things like that. But we're going to stake it up so it'll be full length, and we'll take turns laying in front of it in the Laying with the Dead series. It'll be episode 4 of Laying with the Dead. And it's going to be pretty epic. And we're going to, like what he talked about tonight with the quantum and all that, we're going to, talk about that stuff too.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So y'all be sure to tune in. I know Dustin will keep you updated about when we go live. So very good stuff. Any more questions from anybody?
No, you did great.
Thank y'all for joining in on the first episode of Southern Discomfort. I'm glad y'all got a lot out of it, and we got plenty of more to come in the weeks ahead, so don't miss out.
Before you leave, Yo Baby told me, please tell Zeke good night for me, and I appreciate him and Beth. I can't wait for the next time and the visit to Kentucky.
Thank you, Yo Baby. I hope you feel better. Bethany, you got anything?
Yeah, I hope you feel better. It was a really good show.
Thanks, everybody. Paranormal Witch, Spotted Ghost, thank you.
Yep. And Beth and Zeke, I just got a message from Crazy Girl. The wind is knocking her internet out, and she wants to make sure that you both know she loves you both, and thank you. She loves the topic that what you're doing, and the direction that Tuesdays are going is a great choice.
Yeah. We love you, Crazy Girl. Sorry you missed out.
Yeah, we love and miss you, Crazy Girl.
Para Investigations, thank you. Thank you, Katrina.
Yeah, and I got to give a shout out to the chat. Everybody was right on top of welcoming everybody in the chat, and everybody did great in chat. And everybody really loved what you talked about tonight, Zeke. They were all into it. Even the ones that was coming in late were like, well, we don't know what's going on yet. And then it was not like 2 minutes later, they was all into it like, holy crap, yeah. So it was pretty cool.
Yep. As long as I can bring awareness and point y'all to resources and stuff with some people who are a lot smarter than I am, who can break it down and explain it maybe a little better than I can. Takes hearing it from all types of people to learn it. Oh, you're welcome, Diego. Glad you joined us.
Josh, bless the word. Something I was going to say, and I forget.
And PPR keeps it a very home feel. We
Mhm.
welcome everybody like a family in here, for sure.
But I will go ahead and say this while Zeke and everyone is all up on here. The only time that we will never block anybody or delete comments unless it's really graphic, really bad, and really personal about a person. Though that's the only time you would ever get blocked or comments deleted. So as long as you keep it respectful and keep doing what you're doing, no one ever has anything to worry about. You're all safe. We don't let anyone bully. We don't let anyone harass. You're all entitled to your own opinions and to share your beliefs.
And you will not be ignored.
No.
Because if we don't get to you, chat will.
Yeah, exactly. We got some of the best mods. To me, the best mods. They do good.
Yep. Meyer said, check all drama at the door. Very true. Just give time to see if anybody has any more questions, which well, I guess I will go ahead and wrap it up. Thank you, Dustin.
Oh, thank you, Zeke, for doing this, because everyone learns from each other, and this is awesome what you're doing. We help each other out.
We do. Thank you, Vickie, for helping.
Y'all all have a happy Valentine's Day, okay? I know it's late, but I hope y'all had a great day.
Yeah. Thank you, Bethany, for being by my side.
Anytime.
That's awesome.
Thanks to everybody in chat for discussing and getting into it. You're awesome.
I guess someone else has anything to say.
All right. Well, I'm going to shut it down and go to bed. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Zeke. And bye,
Thank
Beth.
you.
Thank you.
Good
Bye,
night,
guys.
Beth. Bye, my girl.
Good night, Vickie.
Don't go anywhere yet, Vickie.
Dustin,
Okay.
I'm going to email you the links to the articles I read
Okay.
for it, in case you want to put those up there. I'll do that.
Yeah, I'll definitely put them in there.
Okay.
And yeah.
All right. Good night, y'all. See you next
Good
time.
night, everybody. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's, sweetheart. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Oh, you and I are going to stand for a few
I
minutes.
know.
Oh, okay.
I got you, boo.
Dago, do me a favor and put your link in there, and Molly's link, and whoever in the community, because you're all so awesome to me when I go to your live stream. So I want anyone in here that is into all that to have a chance to go and check you out. So please, and if from here on out, future Dago, don't ever hesitate. The in between breaks on Monday night, I'm on a Monday. On Tuesdays, between breaks, you're more than welcome to share, the links of our friends that are in your life. And you got your avatar up. You'll see eventually. Get everyone to know who everybody is that expect on panel. But yeah, I want to give Dago.
KK, can you find his link and put it up for us, baby girl?
Oh, he's blue. He should be able to. Oh, won't that yet? Hold on.
Oh, he says Cece's in here. She's one of his moderators. Okay.
Is CC? Oh, okay. I must have missed. I'm sorry, CC. Yeah, they're all. Hold on. Let me make sure CC is. Hold on. Yeah, CC's off.
Oh, okay, there's Cece. I was looking for her. I was like, what?
Hold on. Let me make you mod. Okay. Dago and CC is both a mod now.
Okay.
Go ahead, CC. Because we still got a good 13.
Hey, everybody in chat. Usually if I comment, it's under PPR's name in the chat line, but I'll dash it and put Vickie if it's for me.
Yeah, and Yo Baby does the same, and Crazy Girl. Oh, Johnny Small Pepper. He's another good one.
Yeah. Thank you, Johnny.
Yeah, Johnny's a great guy. Great guy. I love him like a brother.
Yeah. Have you had a pretty good day today, Dustin?
Oh, for the most part, yeah, not too bad.
How's Maki doing?
And boring.
How's Maki doing since his surgery?
Oh, he's doing good. He's still full of piss and vinegar, and he gets a little sore after a while and has a hard time jumping. But other than that, really, really good.
Right.
Same goes for you, CC. And just like Johnny Pepper, you'll notice him doing it a lot. I love that man. He posts people's stuff, and if it's something that you want in the community and your true crime community, don't ever hesitate to share other people's things, that are trying to get good quality family viewers and
How'd it go last night? I'm sorry I missed last night. I was just hurting so bad.
it went really well. Yeah, well, I'll tell you more about it actually. Yeah, in the after part. But yeah. And poor Crazy Girl, I would do something that we could do to help her with Wi-Fi.
I know. The wind's been bad here. How about up there?
Oh gosh, it's been up 15, 25 miles an hour up here. It's supposed to be up to 50. Thank you, CC. Monday night is horror, haunted, and beyond. And the beyond, it covers like so much more. If you're into extraterrestrial or into the psychics, into the whole spectrum of things, and it's a lot of fun. And then next, about Tuesdays used to be horror reading because he is an author, and he came up with this awesome idea to do these discussions on Tuesdays and call it Southern Discomfort, which is totally bad booty.
Is the feedback only when my mic's on, guys? I've got it on now. Talk, Dustin.
Only when you talk. Oh no, yeah. It is when I talk, but not as much when you talk.
All right, now I'm going to mute my mic and you try it again.
Okay, nothing. No, it's fine now.
So it's only when I'm on that his is doing it?
No, it's only when I talk and it's coming through yours and back into the speaker again. When you talk, it's not really bad. But when I'm talking, I can hear it coming through your end because when you talk, you know how your avatar will move and get bigger along with your voice.
Mm-hmm.
So as I'm talking, that's what it's doing with your avatar.
Dago, no, I'm in the southern end of Kentucky. He's in the northern end of Kentucky. But they're saying when I'm not talking, you're getting something. I'm on my phone, and my phone's probably about 2.5 feet from my face, so I'm not sure.
Johnny says yes, but when she is not talking, when she talks, it is fine.
So what I'm gonna do is mute when I'm not talking. When I talk, I'll unmute.
Okay. Yeah, because see, I don't even hear it when you're talking. It's only when I'm talking. Do you all still hear an echo now?
Dago says you're getting picked up by her microphone, but
Oh,
I'm not sure how it's getting picked up since we're so far away. But I mean, we always have strange things to happen.
it's coming through your speaker and then being picked up into your phone mic. It says it's the same as if I was right there beside you talking.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, that's what it's saying. Yeah. So maybe like wired earbuds or Bluetooth earbuds or something would probably cut down, take care of that, eliminate it.
Yeah, I need to find mine because my kids ran off with them, and I don't know what they've done with them.
Well, I've got a bunch of extras if you want. I'll send you one. Or if you can come up somehow this week and speak, then
Do what? Say that again.
unless you can come up this weekend to meet Zeke, then I'll give you a pair of buds then.
I gotcha. Hopefully I'll get to come up and spend a little time with y'all.
Yeah, Crazy Girl says she's listening. She just can't type in chat because it disconnects her every time she tries to type. Bye, Katrina.
Good night, Katrina. Happy Valentine's, sweetheart.
And Dago, if you look in the description of all my live stream videos, or our live stream videos and the uploaded videos, you'll see the list. I've got people, their YouTube channels. Like you'll see Crazy Girl. You'll definitely love hers if you're not following her yet. But you'll see hers, and I believe Johnny Pepper's even in there. Got Vickie and Nikki and KK and Brandon. Some really good people that are good, loyal supporters and amazing. But you're going to be on that list.
Dago says he's close by. Where are you at, Dago?
I'm Fort Knox, Kentucky, and she's Tennessee, Kentucky border, right?
Yeah, I'm on the Tennessee-Kentucky border. I'm in Adolphus, but it's Scottsville. I'm in the country. I'm in the hollers. And Dustin, he's Mountain City, and I'm in a holler.
And Brandon just got a message. Crazy Girl said to tell you hello. She tried saying hi earlier, but she was getting kicked off. Not by any of us, but her internet. She said hello and happy Valentine's Day to you, brother Brandon.
I'll read that, Dustin.
I'll be adding you to my community. Oh, holy cow! Well, thank you. That's an honor for me because there you go, Vickie. Oh my God. Especially like true crime. I used to watch a few other true crimes and I got tired of it because, not to be mean, but they just don't know their heads from their rear ends. But Dago, he's like us, you know, he thinks outside of a box, outside of a circle, outside of the triangle, and so does his community. And they sit there, and I'm telling you, he's very, very, very smart and intelligent.
I like true crimes. I do. I watch them all, but my husband, he loves them and loves them. But it's just like it's almost like you watch so many of them that it turns into the same story, the same plot, the same everything. So sometimes you can catch them and they're very interesting because they'll have a different scientific approach or they'll have a different outlook. And those I like. But when they turn so mundane to where it's always the same.
Oh, wow. Johnny, I met the guy in the airport after I got back from India and told him I saw Dukes of Hazzard there. I got John Schneider's autograph. I cooked a few meals for him when he was here in Kentucky. I can't wait for my movies.
Brandon.
I'm gonna wear my Ted Bundy shirt. Oh man, I wish I still had mine. I had what did it say? Ted Bundy barbecue or something like that. Yeah.
Did you
read something like that?
Did you read when Brandon jumped on? He said his lava lamp caught on fire. He had to unplug it and take it to the road.
Oh no.
Yeah.
You even Katrina? Thank you so much, Katrina, for everything you do. Yes, it does. It does, Dago, and that's why I'm so glad that Molly, you know, recommended you because, yeah, it's just, and she's another awesome one. I mean, her visions that she has, Molly will have her visions, dreams, and she'll draw them down, or she'll put them up in a video, like a short little video. I mean, that woman is very knowledgeable too. Her and Crazy Girl are who I learned about scrying the mirrors.
Crazy Girl does good.
Oh,
I love seeing her on tonight. I hate that she got kicked off.
Yeah, I missed her.
I do too. We messaged earlier today. She messaged me earlier today. We messaged the other day too, but I love all my jellies and my PB.
Yes. But definitely, I was lucky. I got gifted a membership for Dago, but I love his channel. I love him so much that I'm going to actually make it, you know, to where, I mean, it's good. I really want to support that man.
I agree, Johnny. I think he was lucky because Brandon said a while ago while you were talking, Brandon said luckily he walked into the room and seen it caught on fire, so he was able to get to it. It was crazy. It was just completely out of the blue. So, yeah, you're completely lucky. Oh, my God. He said the neighbor's house caught on fire last week. Are you sure you don't got something going on in your neighborhood?
Oh, you're more than welcome. Here, let me go get my scrying mirror real quick for the new people to see. I'll show it to you because I've already shown it.
Yeah, you need to show it off. That way people will get an idea.
Yeah, it's big. And the main credit goes to Crazy Girl. If Brandon or someone can put, or Johnny can put Crazy Girl's name in the description too. But she has a video where you see a spirit coming into the shrine here, EVPs, and I heard prayers from the Book of Quran, because I've studied so much of different religions, and Zeke confirmed, yeah, it was the Book of Quran, and it was a blessing protecting Crazy Girl from the jinn that appeared. And you'll see it if you go check out her channel. But that is what inspired me to do a full body scrying mirror and use it in laying with the dead and being like within arm's reach of touching and getting, try to recreate something like that.
Hi, Catlin. Yeah, the scrying mirrors are definitely out there. I agree. I just think I like the comment, the whole fishy comment. I mean, it's definitely something going on. Two houses, neighbors, and stuff catching on fire. I'm just saying. Are you sure nobody passed away that was a pyro? There's his scrying mirror, guys.
The scrying mirror. I'm gonna stand back here so you can see just how tall, how big it really is. And right here at the bottom on the side, bottom to you, but it'll be this set up this way. So this is a K2 meter on both sides that 9-volt batteries operate. The antenna comes down, and same with this one, folds down over top of it. So it has to be touched. These, something will have to be in here to make these go off. And then I've got parts that I need to add to the top that are for REM pod. So it's going to have the two EMF lights on the sides that are blue. It's going to have REM pod lights with a sensor coming down the back. And then that's going to be after the Ouija board I have that was custom made with dirt from the devil chair. I want to put the REM pod guts into that first, and then I'll take it off and put it onto the mirror. So that's the scrying mirror right there.
See, and I'm curious to see, like when the lights go off on the REM pod and stuff, with the different light settings, I'm curious to see what'll pop up in the scrying mirror through those lights.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? Like you'll see shadow with the scrying mirror and stuff, but then when the red light comes, it should like astrobate. Maybe that's not the word I'm looking for, but it should like light it up to where you can get in depth.
Yeah.
Pictures.
Well, yeah, exactly. So I'm not worried about someone stealing this idea because everybody already knows who came up with the idea of doing that this weekend anyway. But yeah, I'm known to comments, so don't ever do what I do. Please don't ever do it.
No, it's not for everybody to do. Please don't do it.
You want to
go extremely dangerous.
Because a few cultural shock. I'll go put this properly, but if you want to, tell them what to expect.
So he plans on laying on the grave, taking off his protection. He plans on trying to reach out to. Is anybody? Dustin, do you have something out there by your curtain? It looks like a man's head. Is anybody else seeing what I'm seeing? Where his curtain up on the wall, it looks like a man's face head.
I'm a horror collector.
Right behind you. What do you say?
I collect horror masks. This is my head.
Well, it was so far away from my phone. I'm like, what the hell am I
seeing? It's my Christmas tree topper. It's my, I keep it up here all the time, and I got Cheaper Creeper, and I got a bunch more that are put up. They cost a lot more money. I got masks that cost up to $500. I'm a horror mask collector, and this is one of my favorites, Pinhead from Hellraiser.
I've never seen that back there. And I'm like, you moved the scrying mirror, and I'm looking back there, and I'm like, am I really seeing what the heck I think I'm seeing? I'm like, it looks like a man's face back there. That's freaking hilarious. Spotted ghost. I mean, that's cool, but you do got to be careful. I'm doing a lot with experimenting with scrying mirrors. You do have to be careful because it does open doorways and passages. So just be careful.
Yeah, because I'm already getting interaction with the one I have. They made me promise. Yeah, me too, Dago. Joe Baby made me promise to turn my mirror on because I keep it at the end of the bed. I mean, I'll fall asleep looking into it, but it's already sit there and it'll start wobbling on its own, and the dogs will be staring at it and they'll growl. And it didn't start until I brought in the haunted Ouija board that Channy, PLE, Past Life Explorers fiance, made for me. And there's a few other ones being made for a couple of people. But it's got dirt from the Devil's Chair. And I believe it's got dirt from another haunted location. It was either the Bloodiest Civil War battlefield or a cemetery. I can't remember which. And it glows in the dark. There's a video on my channel showing it. Really cool looking. But when I brought that into the house, I tested Spotted Ghost's apps. That man's apps are legit, and they work. Things that came across and were dead on to, what was put into the board. So, yeah.
I agree, Brandon. I absolutely agree with that comment. People don't realize that, I mean, you don't have to make one. You actually have one, like the TV, your phones, when they're cut off their split screens. You know?
It acts in a different way. It'll still act that way, but it's
you gotta have intent and interaction.
Yeah, thank you. There you go.
I got you, brother.
Yeah, because I was answering someone about that the other day and saying that you can, yes, but it's going to be different because it's not a picture frame that you're spray paint jet black.
Oh, that's cool. Where are you posting the video in YouTube, or where are you gonna post it out?
Spotted Ghost will be coming up again on panel in the future. I send him the link all the time, like I do with everyone else, Vickie. So at any time he can pop up when we're live.
And I really hated I missed yesterday, guys. I did something to my back and over the weekend, and I had to go and get 2 shots, and so
I hate
I missed you yesterday.
So, and I got to do a plug real quick before I forget, because there's a cup. I got to get it. I thought I brought it in, but I didn't make any coffee. And I want to show you one of the most epic cups ever. So far, that is my favorite. And
bring it, show it. Let's see it.
You already know it's Crazy Girl merch.
Oh yeah.
It's
Did you see Dago's comment? He said, "I would love to join you someday on panel PPR."
Dago, you are more than welcome anytime on my panel. I will find you on a Twitter, like if you have your Twitter or Facebook or what have you. Most definitely, I will send you a link. I'll put you on the list, and if you're ever free, you're more than welcome to come up on panel, brother. Anytime.
Hi, Tree Lynn. Welcome to the chat line, honey. Didn't want you to get unnoticed. We noticed you. So while he's gone, did anybody have a crazy weekend out paranormal or anything?
You ready to see this, Vickie?
Yes, sir.
This is the best ever yet. KK helped with the design because the one I did, Teespring, wouldn't allow it, kept saying flagging it as copyright for some reason. So we had KK help mod it a little bit, big time. And it's called the Cat Eye Collection. But here it is right here.
Oh, that's so cool.
Let me full screen. So if anyone needs help design, I'm more than happy to help. If you, even if it's for yourself. Her name is Vickie. Look at that. That turned out so
That's really cool. I like that. That's awesome.
yes.
Yeah. She's got like her doll look in there too, you know? Like she added.
Yeah, and yep. So I had to do that. I had to show it. Anything to help her because it helps any of her merch that is bought is helping them come to Kentucky to do a collab with Vickie and I.
And for the new ones I'm Vickie. I have a Facebook. I do paranormal reflections of the paranormal on Facebook, and I have TikTok. But I jump on here and I help my brother Dustin out. I don't do YouTube. He does, and I help him for the new ones on here.
I kind of threw her under the bus, or onto the bus, I should say, not under, but I threw her behind the wheel and said, "Here you go."
Literally, he was like, "Hey, Vickie, come on." I'm like, "Okay."
And then she saw how great everybody was, and she got hooked.
I fell in love with chat. I did. Nice to meet you, CC.
Yeah, Stacey's awesome. Dago, Myers, you're all awesome.
PW, I was laughing too, honey. You just couldn't hear me, but I was laughing at your comments too.
And we're slowly but surely making headway with eccentric. That's Brandon. So anytime you hear me say Brandon or her say Brandon, we're talking about eccentric mindful paranormal investigations. Back when I first started having him up on the panel, he'd be like a deer, especially when you put him on the spot with questions. He's like, me? You know, that type. So, and he's getting so much better, and I can't wait for when he feels comfortable enough and he starts doing his live streams.
Absolutely. Yeah, because I love the way his mind thinks.
Yeah, well, then you're going to love this. I'm going to say it because we thought, well, hold on. Are you here?
And Spotted goes, no, we're not actually brother and sister. He's my paranormal brother. He's my brother from another mother.
I'm all let this run for 30 minutes, then, case, because I want to give Brandon a chance to tell you about what his idea last night, and so let me send him Right there.
Brandon, you're right, because I watched that and I seen that.
All right.
Thank
You got a link. And there you go. Oh, did Dago say what he was? Let me go. I gotta go to your. Is your how can I find him? Do you prefer Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram? Dago. Where Twitter.
Twitter.
Let me open up.
And thank you, Dago. I appreciate that, honey. And Brendan said, yes, go ahead. I don't know if you've seen that. I popped it up there, but I don't know if you've seen it.
There he is, right there. Whoever gets him first. You got him, or you want me to get him? You got him?
Hello.
Hey, Brandon.
Hey, can you hear me?
Answering you, and I had my mic off. I didn't even realize it was muted. My bad.
Oh.
Yeah, it does it when he talks through, and so I guess when he's talking, mute the mic. Unmute. All right, Brandon. Go ahead.
Myers is like, let's go, Brandon.
Yeah, right. Fill her in about the star seed and about your friend and
Oh yeah. Okay. So essentially I have a friend that I want to bring on Dustin's panel and or stream. And I don't know if anyone's ever heard of like a concept of a star seed and like something like essentially that's potentially more than a star seed, like of course, like some star seeds are very spiritually inclined and but it's to the point to where it's like more than that. I don't know, it's just really hard to explain and just a random guest to have on this the show and on Monday and to see they did say that they would be able to make it, so
Well,
that's
awesome. I'm very interested, very intrigued by that, because some people, they claim star seeds are alien babies, or they claim star seeds are mixed raced alien babies between the humans and aliens. So I'm definitely intrigued by all of it.
right. Person does have some pretty controversial beliefs whenever it comes to the spiritual like the spiritual whole like new age community. They don't really identify with that per se, because it can get to a point to whenever you're kind of trying to pursue that type of a lifestyle and it gets kind of limiting.
So here's my question with it. You know how people, they comment whether or not they're half alien and half human, or they're an alien baby, or, but how many people think and wonder if it's not half, because back in the day, they said angels came down and mated with humans. So who's to say an alien and human baby is not a starseed?
Right.
Because it's so spiritually, and they're supposed to be higher linked, more sensitivities and, doing more things than the normal human.
I'm seeing comments on what a starseed is. Essentially, a starseed is somebody who believes that they aren't necessarily that they don't have just a common human soul. They are of an extraterrestrial based soul that has came here for a reason, and that's essentially what a starseed is. They usually don't have any correlation of like what galaxy they're from. Usually they usually it kind of comes to them naturally over time in their life. So it's like kind of like an awakening.
Yes. Yeah, I've heard so many different theories and stories. I mean, I want to know who came up with starseed. I'm just saying, where did it begin? Who first came out with the whole mention of starseed? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, read the beginning of
I
that.
think it's just those terms, that kind of got popular, and that's just what's used.
I'm gonna show my Twitter real quick because they won't let me send you a message. So here's mine. It is a private, but I'm already following you on there.
I don't know if you're still on here.
He is.
Well, he just said goodnight, so I'm not sure if he's
Did
clicking.
he?
Yeah.
I'll just comment on his wall. Hopefully he'll see it then.
Yeah. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted you to know. I did tell him goodnight, though. But Brandon, I think that's wonderful. I think it's great to have Brandon on. Like, it's very intriguing because you've got several different stories. And, if you can get answers straight from a source, then why wouldn't you? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Hi, Chad. Let's see. Spotted Ghost says, I was looking into aliens a few months back. I heard there's a galactic council that's based in the Pleiades, but they won't let humans join because all the wars and destructions that humans do. Never wouldn't let them join either.
Yes, that is true. I have had specifically the Pleiadians come through my ghost box just kind of randomly. So then yes, I do have a video. It's called A Walk in a Park on my channel, and you should like just further into the video. I should go to a rock, and like I get to this rock, and it says Pleiadian, and then it says woman, and then it says something along the lines of like, witness and something like that. But the thing is that I wasn't really getting those in real time. You know what I mean? I mean, if I caught that in like real time, I'd probably be freaking out, but asking a bunch of questions at the same time. If you know, I've had a lot of strange experiences with with this kind of a topic, and it kind of, it doesn't bother me. It's just, it's kind of intrigues me to the point to where, I know 100% myself that extraterrestrials are real.
Absolutely.
There's just no doubt in my mind, because the experience is just so much that it would be impossible for me to deny it personally. I can understand for other people, kind of skeptical about it, because it's absolutely mind blowing. But but I've talked to me through equipment, through radio. It's only been radio.
Well, I personally don't see how people could be so narrow-minded to think that we're the only conscience
Right.
type beings there is. I mean, out of all the galaxies, all the Milky Ways, all the planets, I mean, seriously, common sense alone, mandates that we cannot be the only living human conscience being there is in everything that is made. I mean, and it's not like I'm the smartest scientific person on the planet. And if I cannot be so narrow-minded and I can be so open-minded to realize that there's so much energy and life form out there, like, how can we deny the fact that there's alien races? Too many people have seen it. Too many people have stories. Too many people have video. And, of course, now you got video that people just fake. But still.
But don't forget about the proof that is even better than the videos of modern times. And we were talking about this last night, and Nikki even agreed. Think about the Native Americans way back, then there's hieroglyphics on the walls of caves, stones of these alien beings, saucers, stuff like that. So how can you discredit all that? I mean,
right. Dustin, I know that you know the Bible well. I was reading the Bible a while ago, and it said something along the lines of, like, I was reading a part, like the Tower of Babel story, and it said, and I think I remember, I don't know, I'm not sure, I could be very wrong, but it said something along the lines of, what I remember is that God sent the people of the sky to destroy the Tower of Babel. Is that true?
Hold on a second. Say it again. I was responding to a comment. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, I was reading a story in the Bible about the Tower of Babel, and I read something along the lines of how God sent the people of the sky to destroy the Tower of Babel.
There's a bunch of, and Vickie being of the religious nature too, have a total different opinion. But yeah, the Bible does talk about another.
The Bible actually says that God destroyed it. I just asked my husband; he's an ordained minister, and it doesn't say the people of the sky. He said God said He came down and destroyed it Himself.
Okay, so that's what the Bible says. Okay, I must have been reading something. I have like some Bibles around here.
Now you also got to remember. Now that's King James version, and you got to remember there's so many new doctrines and different Bibles and New Age, because I have a New Age Bible and I read it too.
Yeah, so that's what I was trying to get at. I was saying the different things, and that you would know what I was saying.
Right. I have the New American Bible Revised Edition, NAB, United States Conference of Catholic Bishops. It's like huge. It's like 3 King Jameses, put together, and then I have a Master Mason Bible over there. That one's a little different. But
I bet it is. But it's cool.
That's why it's important to learn all these different religions and to read all these different books of the religion. There's just so many different beliefs.
Right. And I mean, you take all of these past cultures and stuff like that, and you see these old paintings with these UFOs in it, and then you see even the old cave drawings with the UFOs in it, and then you see all these manuscripts talking about these things in the sky, and it's just that doesn't matter apparently. And and I mean, it's just I feel like that some people, even if they saw it, oh, it's a weather balloon. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're always going to have those negative, closed-minded people. And it's like, come on, you're talking about hieroglyphics. You're talking about paintings that was made back in the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s. All the religions, all the multi-universe different religions, and you're still finding UFO, different ghosts, Egyptians. Look at some of their uh, structure. The oh Lord, the sculptures that they made.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Half animal and half human. And I mean, there's so much stuff that's linked. So how can anybody be so close minded? It just blows my mind.
Right. And I mean, you have people saying that that the pyramids were built, by sound, that they actually literally used sound in certain specific frequencies to actually move these giant boulders. And that makes sense, but it doesn't make sense about why is there like a pattern amongst all these different pyramids all over the entire world. That doesn't that just doesn't make any sense. And it's just there's a lot more to the story. There's a lot more to the picture. Why do some people see them and some people don't? That's a huge question right there.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder. Like my theory is, with the ones who get abducted, I think that is where they mated with humans or where they cloned DNA with humans. And I think, my personal opinion, which don't matter a hill of beans, but my opinion is, I think the reason why these people keep getting abducted, habitually abducted, is because they've done integrated their DNA with that DNA, and they keep checking to see how it's living and growing and functioning. And I believe how other people see spirits and stuff like that is because they're open-minded, their third eye's opened. So I believe that there's different theories on different reasons why certain people can see things and certain people can't. And if you're closed-minded, you're not going to ever see anything because you're not going to believe it.
Right. Wow. There's an alien celebration here 10 minutes from my house. They celebrate the sighting that happened. Yeah, I'm in West Virginia. They do that too. They have like a Mothman, festival, and then now they're starting they have the Flatwoods Monster, which was this alien being that apparently came down too, and people saw it in the woods, and there was a bunch of sightings, with that. But the thing about the Mothman is it's actually connected to like a bunch of UFO sightings, and it's connected to the Men in Black, and it's also connected to the government just like shutting down the entire area and questioning people about the UFOs.
See, and don't you find it interesting that certain things like the Mothman and UFOs are all linked together, and there's so many noted documentation of sights and scenes. I mean, come on, it kind of like plays hand in hand,
Right. I sent a link, I think last stream. I sent a link about it's called Black Volt, the blackvolts.com or something like that. It's nothing but like free downloadable declassified government documents that that talk about like everything from like what do you call it? Oh my God, there's so many names for it. ESP, but like like the long distance. I'm having a big brain fart. Remote viewing, yeah, that's what it is. And if you like really look into those documents and stuff, that are declassified, they don't tell us whenever they declass a document. I mean, they just do. So, there's something that we think that could be classified that's been declassified years and years and years ago. So, I mean,
Right.
that's all. All these skeptics that don't believe that there's, other things out there. If you dig deep enough into anything, you're gonna find something. I mean, that's just how it works.
Oh, excuse me.
You have to be a skeptic. I'm just saying that it's probably good to do some research too.
Yeah, and I agree. And it's like a lot of people think, Bigfoot is interdimensional. Like he travels from dimension to dimension. And I would have to say there's a lot of theory that could base that, or a lot of facts that could base that into theory anyways, because, I mean, he's always in the woods, deep woods usually, but no one has ever caught like the up close picture, and nobody's ever hunted one and caught one, but you always catch them from a distance, or you always catch an imprint, or you find, the trees knocked down, or you hear the sounds. So with Bigfoot being so big and stuff, and how did more people not come up on him? You know what I'm saying? So I do believe that there could be a theory that he could be from a different plane, and he's coming back and forth interdimensional. I believe that could be a possibility.
Right, like an interdimensional being. I do know of an individual that's property is getting logged out. They live in the absolute middle of nowhere. They're being just plagued by Bigfoot. They're just being plagued by Bigfoot. Like they're always having like basically banging on the side of their house. They'll see it actually peek in through the window at them. They'll see it like crouch down in the middle of the lawn, and like they're scared, like you can tell they're scared, whenever they talk.
All right.
Yeah, and see, and that to me, that sends more validation, more validated point when you can look at somebody and you can see the emotion on their face.
Right.
It's more meaningful to me than, hey, I caught this video, blah, blah, blah. You don't know if it's doctored. You know what I'm saying?
Now it's doing it on Brandon's mic too. When you talk, it's doing what it does on your mic.
On mine?
I'm trying to mute mine, and it takes me so long to respond because when mine's on, everybody's going wonky.
Okay, I'll just mute whenever I don't speak.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's not you. It's only when mine's on. I don't know.
No, his is doing it too now.
Yeah, the military did do studies on remote viewing. That happened a long time ago. They had an individual remote view Mars and speak to a old ancient race of beings on Mars that they basically the planet was dead. That they're still awaiting the return of their people, and it's really weird, but yeah, I actually know exactly where to get that entire government file from. it's on that website. I think I actually have the PDF.
And for anyone that doesn't know, Phoenix Fire MJN, we go way back with I'm not going to say who, but a mutual friend. So back when I was on my old channel, she's been a supporter at way since then. So maybe you know who she is.
I've had oh, okay. Let's see here. I saw this TikTok video saying that the Men in Black is their own organizations, that they changed their name because, well, they had to change their name because humans find who they are. So now they are calling themselves assassins. So are you saying that it said that the Men in Black are now calling themselves assassins?
Damn sinuses.
But I do yeah, I don't know if yeah, that maybe whenever you're visited by a Men in Black, maybe you're getting questioned to and to see if you need to be taken care of. I don't know. I mean, that is a good possibility. I mean, that does kind of make sense. But as far as I know, with what I've done just from just doing research, I mean, I've never seen anything personally about the Men in Black, but I've heard that they're their own actual species. That they're actually, well, they're not really, well, they're a species, but they're like a created species.
Like they're interdimensional.
Yeah, like they're terrestrials, but they're created by extraterrestrials to do bidding of like more important, I would say, higher rank.
That kind of makes sense. Like, why wouldn't they have the one to come? I mean, just kind of like the Men in Black, where you've got all the aliens together and they're all working together and humans working together. I mean, it would make sense. We have what is it, NATO and stuff, just here on Earth, and we've got the different countries that we formed a platform where everybody can come in and discuss it. So why wouldn't the whole universe, the different races of aliens come down and form? So I mean, it would make sense what you're saying.
Right. And don't believe everything you hear on the internet, but I am going to say I have a specific family member that's in the military, and I can't say what he does because it kind of puts myself at risk, my family and stuff. But there was a question that was asked to him, like that, are we alone? And he said, I can't say anything. I can't say anything. I can't say anything. He's like, and you could tell he wanted to say something, but he could say, all I can say is that we're not alone. That's all I can say. So, I mean, that was pretty mind blowing, to hear something like that, especially from someone like a family member,
And I love it how the old timers, the ones that have basically retired, and I'm talking about like late 70s, 80s, and 90-year-old military men that's coming through, and they're showing these and showing pictures and showing documentation and letters and stuff like that. It's just like, why in the world would the government keep humans so far retrograded to knowledge? Yeah, it's just like, why do you want to keep the human race dumbfounded? Like, why?
I think it's because they think the people, there is well, there are human beings in power. I do believe but I also believe that they view other human beings as much lesser and not necessarily the human race, right? I mean, like, you get what I'm saying? So it's like they have this, big ego, because they're power, right? So what they're going to do is I think they're going to keep humanity behind the technology, and they're going to hide the technology. They're going to keep away the technology so that, they can essentially put us in a giant program in which we are basically conditioned to be whatever they need us to be at the time.
Well, you want to know a theory I have? I have a theory that, like, all the big, like, United States and Russia and China, and I seriously believe this, but I believe that different alien races are feuding with us through us. Like, there's one alien race that the United States specifically has that's in their corner. Russia has one specifically in their corner. Like, I seriously believe that. And I believe that a lot of this crap that we get, like power and ammunition and blueprints, I mean, look at the Kevlar, that come from alien. And I really believe that they sent back because they say the insect ones are not nice. They're very unhumanitarian because they come and they, like, all the stories that I've read, they're very, like, malicious, and they do really bad stuff to humans, and they don't care. Like, there's no empathy from them whatsoever. And then you hear the lizard people and how they'll come and mate, and they produce this image to where it's almost like a holograph or hologram, and they're mating with humans. And then you've got the underwater people, and you know what I'm saying? Like, there's all just different kinds and stuff. And I just really believe that a lot of times the aliens are fighting with each other through us, but they're sitting on the back sidelines.
Right, exactly. You have, like, your reptilians, and you have your insectoids, and then you have your grays, and you have your whatever. Some people believe that there are a large group of different extraterrestrial entities that do actually are on the side of humanity's advancement. I mean, why else would they show themselves to people? You know what I mean? Why else would something like a starseed exist?
Exactly. I completely agree with it. I do.
And are you seeing the nice compliments?
I was trying to highlight it. Thank you, everybody in chat. I'm glad y'all are tuning in with us.
Hold on, I gotta look at the chat because I'm just kind of staring into the dark talking, guys.
Oh, that's okay. PW, she says, I've been hearing that Detroit Airport are hitting underground bunkers where they're keeping alien secrets. I mean, you never know, because, that they talk about out in Utah and Colorado.
Don't forget Denver, Colorado Airport.
Go ahead, Dustin. What?
I said, don't forget the Denver, Colorado Airport.
I actually made a on that airport, and it was really weird. As I was painting, right, this, like, I was using some water, and the water formed into the shape of that statue of the horse, and its freaking nose falling off that killed that sculptor.
Holy crap! What?
Yeah, my mind, like, I was creeped out.
I would have been too.
I was like, what is this? I was like, that looks exactly like the horse statue, and it's like blue and everything.
Wow. I don't know, but I agree. Like earlier, PW told you to do some stuff around your house, and I completely agree with what she told you. You need to be doing some voodoo out around your house. You need to throw some charcoal. You can use red dust on your porch steps. I'm just saying. I mean,
yeah, like, I don't know, like I'm gonna have to some even
Is KK
precautions.
still in here?
Do what?
If KK's still in here, do me a favor. I don't know. I think Cece already got Crazy Girl and a few others, but can you make sure drop Crazy Girl's link since her internet's acting up, so we can get M&J if you would, and Cece.
Yeah, the horse is called Lucifer. Yeah, that's what they called it. But yeah, my brother actually used to go to that airport all the time whenever he met his girlfriend, and now they're married and stuff. And he said there's some really weird pictures on the walls, like some weird, like really weird paintings and stuff.
The Denver, Colorado has the end of days. The Bible, the end of days is painted. They've got it all over the walls, and it shows even children and women and men laying on the ground, and all these army soldiers wearing gas masks and stuff like that in an airport.
Right, that's what he saw. He was like sending me pictures of and stuff. Like, that's crazy. He said there was more around that too. Like, it's not just that. I mean, there's like more weird stuff around there. And it's like, why would you just put that in an airport? I mean, that
there's a whole bunch of gruesome stuff in there like that, and there's kids that go there, families. Vickie, if you haven't seen it, you should check out some YouTube videos. Just type in Denver, Colorado airport.
I've seen some articles on it. I haven't watched any videos, but I have seen some articles on it where they showed some of the paintings and stuff.
Yeah. Do me a favor real quick. Everyone turn your camera on and just wave. Just trust me. Just wave. There we go.
I don't think you can see me.
There we go.
Wait a minute. Let me turn my mic on. We see you waving. That's about it. Sorry, guys. I have mine on sometimes, but when I feel like crap, I usually don't pull mine on. I got my hair all up in a bun, and my back's killing me.
You can't even see me, so I guess you can see my picture.
Dark, man.
No, crazy girl still watching. So she wanted to be able to see us. Yeah.
Hi, crazy girl. I love you, boo boo.
As I said, wave.
I'm in the dark.
Dark. Come to the light. Come to the light.
And yeah, that's KK helped redesign it where Teespring would allow it to be printed. I can't stop showing it off because I'm just.
Is that
it's just gorgeous.
Is that a Tumblr?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, I love it, and what I love about it is it's got Crazy Girl's face, but it's like her doll version of it.
Yeah, with the cat eyes.
Yeah.
Cat. So,
Yeah, it reminds you of that movie, The Cat People. What was that called again? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Like back in the 80s or early 90s, it was one or two. Do you remember that movie that they come out with?
All right, Johnny. Thank you so much for listening and being in the background. You're awesome. You're awesome.
Good
I hope
night.
you shared your link in there earlier too.
Yeah, Spotted Ghost, he left earlier too, but Brandon was talking, so I wrote it in the chat and I told him good night. Other people told him good night too.
I was actually upset. I'm not going to say names, but there's a channel that I won't go to no more because I was in there watching, and Spotted Ghost went in there. He said hi, nothing, and he even asked, said, "Hey, I would like to offer," like what he did with us, and everyone just kind of blew it off. I was like, oh my God, are you kidding me? And this was a bigger channel too. I was like, wow, how rude.
Yeah, and I find that a lot. Like, you know, I go into the other paranormal communities in the chats, and if I jump on one of your lives and I'm on there for a good 5 minutes and you can't acknowledge a hi from me,
or at least one of the mods, I can see that they're talking, but when you got a whole bunch of mods, that's what they're
yeah, it's like if you can't even acknowledge a hi or kiss my ass, you know, see you later or something, you know, I'm gonna be a little bit nicer. But if you can't acknowledge somebody, I'm not wasting my time and my night to be in your chat or watch your live. I think it's rude and I think it's disrespectful.
I try my best to say hi to everybody.
Well, it's like if you look in the description of the videos now, here I'll show you on it. But not only does he get a shout out with his YouTube channel, but I got each link for the iPhone and for Android, the App Store, and it has all his apps.
Yeah, I screenshotted it on my phone. I'm fixing to go buy a new phone, and I'm going to download all his apps, and I'm going to try them.
And to me, that's a proper shout out right there. You know, at least have the links, people can go and don't say, "Oh, I got it for free," because then they'll expect it for free, and you don't want to do that. You want to help them, support them, and even though we don't get paid to do it, I'm doing it because I care. He was nice enough to help us out. I want to be nice enough to help him out, you know?
Exactly. PW, honey, I'd acknowledge you. You can come with me anytime you want to. And let somebody say something.
Just be careful. Don't let her eat salad. She gets gassy. And boy, let me tell you what. No, I'm just joking.
He's so funny.
Crazy girl. She made it.
Same.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
She's jumping in with, that's my girl. She's coming in saying the same thing. That's okay. A lot of clicks on this platform. Yeah, I see that. They're also nice and welcoming. Oh, thanks, Kat. Thank you, honey. Hi, Curiosity. Hi.
And for anyone that's new, Crazy Girl that you see right there, she's usually up on the panels with us too. She has bad Wi-Fi.
Yeah, CC, they're very rude. I agree with that. I know, Crazy Girl. I'm glad you were able to jump back on, Boo Boo.
She's the one I was talking about, CC, that inspired me to do the whole body scrying mirror.
Yeah, my favorite, I've got to say, out of all the people that I've worked with or been around and seen, my favorite with the whole scrying mirror has been Crazy Girls, where she did it and her doll. And I missed it that night, but then everybody showed it to me. Yeah. And then I backtracked and I went and watched it after you sent it to me, the link and stuff. And I've got to say that was absolutely my favorite.
I know you won't mind. Just to give you a teaser, you'll have to go on her mom's channel to watch the full video, but also go to her channel to watch the short one. Leave a comment on there for her, because this is the inspiration and the reason why I'm doing this with a scrunch.
Yeah.
So here's a big shout out. Wonderful. Great. Let me get it to the beginning here. You saw it right there. That's a small version of the big one I have. This is what inspired the full body. And during that whole time, there was EVP, and the voice was Arabic from the Book of Quran. I picked up on it right away. And Zeke has a book of Quran. He looked it up, and there was another. The dead was blessing the living. Crazy girl is protected, big time. So you have to listen.
Yep. I mean, it's pretty badass. You can see the spirit flipping around in the scrying mirror, and then the fact with the EVPs, talking in old script, talking about how she's protected and stuff. I mean, that was pretty wild. It was pretty cool. Why have you blowed me up? Don't blow me up. See how he did
I
it?
accidentally put myself.
My head was starting to hurt, so I took my ponytail down. I was sitting here doing my hair, trying to get it to lay down instead of being a big wad. You just throw me out there. Y'all love how he does his sister, right?
Yeah. Hey, I do the same thing with Brandon, but Brandon got to see karma come back at me though at Dear Dana. Because Dear Dana, what I do to everybody else on here when I put them on the spot, boy, she really put me on the spot with a few doozies.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. No, but you did a good job though.
Oh, thank you.
That's when you were singing.
No, that was an interview and paranormal and mental disorders and yeah. I mean, we got psychological and yeah, it was.
I have a resident.
You have a resident what?
I have a residential investigation coming up soon.
Awesome.
Oh, well, that's awesome. What is like detailed people?
Well, this girl is a good friend. Some horrible happened to her mother before she could even really remember. And I don't think I could say the word on here,
Usually, I just spell it out now.
like S, SUIC.
Oh, 86. 86.
Huh?
You talking about 86?
Yeah. Yeah, but and just her whole life that house felt bad. Her husband has turned into going through really bad, really bad stuff, anger, depression, alcoholism, just all this stuff, and even people from her childhood has said that they have felt things in her house. And I used to go and clean the cat litter whenever she would be gone, and I would go and I would drive to the house and I would clean out the cat litter, and I would just stop, and I would feel like there was 10 eyes on me. and so I would stop and I would just kind of slowly look around the house, try to be still and quiet as possible. And it's just that constant feeling. And I mean, there's something definitely going on there, but
do you often wonder though with someone taking their own stuff a lot of times I believe it's because there's so much negative energy to where they live and breathe every day to day that it takes a toll on the things that are not going right in their own life, and it exaggerates it. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Sometimes there's curses on the land, so that's negative energy that's been left there for eons, hundreds of years, and then you put someone, you move someone onto the land who's sensitive, who's picking up the negative, and they already have turmoil in their life, and that adds to it. It's almost unbearable. You know what I mean?
Right. Yes. I don't know exactly like who owned the house or anything before her. I mean, of course I'll ask some questions, but I don't really know how far her grandmother might know. I think it's been she grew up there, I mean, so,
Well, of course, that's not related to every single person and stuff. And here's another thing, like in the Bible, it speaks about families being cursed from generations. So, and what that means is if someone led a life that wasn't good or, holy, or, if they brought upon shame and they did stuff, then, God would curse the family because they chose to do things that he didn't like. You know what I'm saying? And so with that being said, because people further generations back would bring on family curses, like bad karma, so to speak.
right. I was actually talking about that same thing earlier. Because I was talking to her husband today, and that kind of got brought up, and I didn't really mention too much like about it. I didn't say he had a generational curse or anything, but like after I got done talking to him, I went and I started talking about that to somebody else, that that's what this kind of sounds like.
Yeah, and there's actually prayers you can do to, wipe out the generational curses. But a lot of people, the sad part is a lot of people don't realize they have that. And like I've actually done a prayer. I don't think you have to have certain words. Like I've seen certain prayers doctored towards it. I think as long as you're putting your own intent, using your own words, that you can pray to clear that off and it not pass down to your children.
Right. I've actually have witnessed an exorcism. One of the very few exorcists in the United States is actually my brother's priest, and I've seen that because you don't just exorcise demons; you can also exorcise generational curses as well. Like that's the thing they do.
Yep.
Like whenever it comes to that, I know that like you're not a Catholic or anything. I mean, I'm not a Catholic
priest too.
But
when I do residentials, I have a priest, and he's only one of there's only 13 priests that is ordained to actually do exorcisms in the United States.
Who is?
I work with one. I won't mention. Off here, I can mention, tell you who it is. But I work with one. There's only one. There's only 13 that's ordained through the Catholic Church to actually perform exorcisms.
Right. One of them is Father August.
Yeah.
Yep. He's that's all the way across the it's all the way across in the west side of the United States.
I've heard of him. I don't know him, but I have heard of him. And then the one that I work with, he lives in Tennessee. Luckily, we've not had to do exorcism, but anytime, like I've had him when I was on another team. We met, and so we're all really good friends. And when I do residentials, I work with him and I work with a psychologist. And so we kind of collab together. But I tend to not do a lot of them anymore because the last one involved 3 young children. Now they would be 9 and younger. But at that time, when we first started, it was like 7 and younger, and there was 3 young children. And I mean, it was a 1.5 year long deal.
Oh wow! Yeah,
So,
sometimes it can be a very extremely long process whenever you're dealing with something like that. You know, because it doesn't just. It's like an infection, right? You know, you take antibiotics over time. You have to take all of your antibiotics, clear out your infection, and sometimes you're taking antibiotics for a pretty long time. You know, I mean, just depending on how bad the infection really is.
right. And then, like, if you've got multiple homes, like I was dealing with, one of the children come from a different home, so he had 2 homes. And so when you've got children that's being afflicted, and you've got 2 different homes, but you're only in one home, it's kind of hard to deal with when you're not going to the other home. And then you've got all these other agencies that's involved too because of other things that are going on in the home. You see what I'm saying? So it was really hard to do. And a lot of times these people, when you go do residential, they'll only tell you what you want to know. They don't tell you all the deep down secrets that could be causing it or an underlying mental disability. And that's the reason why, like, people like to hide things. They hide their dark secrets. And that's the reason why you go in and do a residential one time and done. It don't work that way. I don't care. I don't give a damn how much experience you have.
And it's a good way to get yourself in trouble too. If you don't.
Yeah. You can get sued.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, I mean, yeah, like I said earlier, there's been some things happening like in this house. Well, not this particular house, but well, actually now recently out in the yard. But there's paranormal witnesses. Yeah, definitely. It takes some precautions around my property because it does bother me, especially with the, my neighbor's house actually, burning down not long ago, and then now all this crazy stuff is happening, and a lot of fires recently I've noticed. Very weird. But anyway, she in my friend's house, she's experienced things in her house all of her life, and then she has this husband her boyfriend that she brings in, and then he is just going, he's just like I don't know, dropping rock bottom, I mean, this guy's
you've got 2 different homes and you're bringing in both drama or both packages from 2 different homes into one home. Keep going. I'm sorry, I just interjected.
Oh no, you're fine. But I was talking to him today, and he just like, I don't know, like I could feel it, like it's just, he was looking at me, he was like I've never seen such, like, I want to give up life, you know what I'm saying?
Good night, Cece. Thank you for being in chat, honey.
And sorry, I love it. I love letting you just take control over like this and keeping everyone going. But I'm still fighting to get off this week and get my shifts covered because Zeke is coming up. And I'm like, well, don't be waiting a minute to say yes or no. like by morning, so I can go on to other people. I'm already covered for the first weekend of April. I've already got that off, and that'll be paid. But
Yeah, but they need to cover you. They can't wait till the last minute to cover your people like that. That's
well, and that's the thing. They got me covered for April for when Yo Baby, Crazy Girl, and Mom come up. I've already covered that.
yeah.
But yeah, the one that's sooner it isn't covered yet. I mean, come on.
That's so crazy.
Oh. And then the funeral Saturday morning. I couldn't get out of it. Yeah.
But yeah, like I woke up this morning and go outside and see like a pair of burnt scissors on the ground, like completely melted. And I see this like some burnt paper and some just this big like ball of like burnt, I don't even know what it was. Like it looked like some type of a plastic or something, but it was like in a ball and it was just placed there. It was just placed.
Huh.
Like the grass wasn't burned or anything. So it's like it had to have been somebody who at least picked it up,
Wow.
placed it there. And I'm like, you know,
Yeah, but what kind of ritual did they do with it? I'm just saying, if you've got in the same neighborhood and you've got fires that's starting for no reason, and you're finding burnt paper and burnt scissors and the grass and the ground's not burnt, that's some ritual shit going on. I'm just saying.
yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like what if someone put it out for me? Or I live in a place. I mean, no one really knows what I don't talk to anyone around here. I just kind of mind my own business. I'll sometimes be outside and stuff. I mean, people know me, but like they don't know me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it may not have been directed to you. It may have been more directed to your neighbor. But the fact of it is, it can still linger. And, like, if you dropped part of that in your yard, that's going to linger into your domain as well. You know what I'm saying?
Right. These pieces of these burnt objects weren't from that fire though that happened at the house.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if they use these pieces in some form of ritual that caused your neighbor's house to burn down, maybe it was directed more to your neighbor. But then when they were leaving, maybe they walked across your yard and like just dropped it because they didn't want no part of it, and they was just leaving it for it to leave the remnants, so to speak. Right. And maybe they dropped it into your yard. Maybe it
wasn't
domain.
It wasn't there yesterday, so it happened like last night. Someone was in my yard last night.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
you need to get a ring camera. You need to get outside.
Security camera.
Yeah.
I have one at the front. I just don't have one at the back. And I mean, I don't know. It's just I don't go out there, but I've been going out there recently. It's just I'm finding some really weird stuff. You know what else is weird? I found a picture of my son, and the picture was in perfect condition on the hill out there, just laying down.
Wow.
That's what really got me.
That would
it goes back to you never know. Anyone's house could be on sacred land. You don't know what if there could be Indians buried under us or cavemen or anything. You never know.
Absolutely. And you can take like medallions, like the St. Michael medallions, and you can bury those at the four corners of your property to help keep your property protected as well, and do a prayer. So you need to be doing something, because I'm gonna tell you something. You can mess with me all day long, but when you're messing with my kids and you're bringing pictures of my kids and you're setting them outside for God knows whatever reason, you got a death wish. Is all I got to say. You need to be doing some protection.
Right.
Something.
I mean, at this point, you know, it's like how would a perfect because it's actually been kind of raining a lot. You know what I mean? How can a perfect picture just get put like that?
Right? And it not be wet.
It's like who even?
Well, that's not what bothers me. That's a kid. Who's going to write of all pictures of kid?
St. Michael.
You know?
Mm-hmm. I was answering Katrina. She asked which medallions, and I said St. Michael. You can go, if you can go to a priest and ask for them. Most of them have some, or you can find them online as well. Or you can do crosses. Sorry, Dustin. I was answering Katrina. Go ahead, Dustin.
You're fine. I love it when you do that. It makes me happy. Oh yeah. You know, the fact that it's a picture of a child is more, to me, disturbing than it being in good condition. I mean, why?
Right. Yeah.
Why your child?
Specifically his child.
And I'm not talking about the Epstein type crap that was going on. I'm talking about other things that for rituals and stuff that happen, you know, back in the past, and that, you know what I'm getting at. So why? I mean, that is so disturbing.
Yeah. It's definitely a deliberate move. That's the way I take it. So, like, Brandon, I don't know who you pissed off, but Betty, let me tell you, you need to be doing that.
And he don't even do half the crap I do.
I mean, I just, I don't know. I'm just trying to put together the pieces. Maybe I'm just, you know, I've tried to use logical, logical reason.
Absolutely.
It's just, the neighbor's house burns down, right? A week later, before the starts, my lamp catches on fire early enough. A random burn scissors in my yard. Picture of my kid. I mean, all of that. It kind of connects, like oddly. You know what I'm saying? It's like it could like connect. But I don't know. Really, whenever I found that picture, like I was like, I don't know. It's like my heart kind of sunk down my stomach, you know.
So which one happened first? Like Katrina said, when did it all start? What was the first? Like, was the scissors and stuff first? Was the neighbor's house caught on fire first?
Yeah.
Was your picture found first? How did it go, step by step? How did it go?
This house,
Let me mute.
the neighbor's house burnt down, and I caught it really fast. I caught it, so I called the fire department immediately, and to the point to where the house could be saved and someone's actually trying to fix it up, which in my opinion, it's like still, like I personally, I personally wouldn't do that, but and then I find all these burnt objects in my yard, and then I find the picture of my son. Like that's the order of what it came.
So I don't know, but it just sounds like somebody was trying to do harm to the neighbor, and they know that you interjected. It pissed them off, and now they kind of threw some shit your way. I don't know, but that's the way it sounds.
Interesting.
Do you know what I mean? It's just
Yeah.
like, yeah, I don't know. But
And
I would do some protection stuff for sure. PW, she's gave you a lot of good stuff.
yeah, says that it's been removed. I'll definitely double check. They are buried. Some of them are buried, some of them aren't buried. I have a bunch of. I have black salt all around my house. I have all types of. I've done all types of things to this because next door to me, I own a second place that I do experiments in, that I'm currently also renovating. So I want to kind of protect, my like I need my peace, So I mean, I'm not gonna, let whatever's in there just kind of waltz all on in here, So I'm gonna kind of make a giant barrier that separates my house from the one next door, which I own. So it's kind of that, like that situation. So I try to be on par with the whole protection thing. But the thing is about it is that what if it's working? Because I walked in, I had no reason to walk in my living room. I just did automatically. I just did. I wasn't going to go specifically do it.
Yeah, I believe it's your guardian angels letting you know, hey, you need to come check this out, and sent you in that way because I do believe that, you had people watching out for you for real. Mm-hmm. Because, I mean, for you just to walk in and catch it when it was first starting, it could have been really bad.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I think if there's any other weird instances involving
You can take red brick dust and you can line it at your doors, and it's supposed to ward off and not let any kind of negative, evil entity or energy cross the threshold.
Right. I've heard of that. I don't know if anyone knows what a troll cross is. It's a piece of iron that's bent in a specific fashion that actually wards off pretty much anything. Because I do a lot of spiritual work. I meditate. I mean, I do these things, and I don't need anything interfering with my mind. I don't need any type of a distraction, any type of a feeling that I can help, to kind. And it's not just for that, it's just for going about my daily life in general. I don't want a bunch of chaos around me all the time. So, I do try things, and it's really important, whenever you're going to vacations and stuff, I mean, it's just a lot of people don't realize how dangerous it really is. You know what I mean? Like, but it's good to know. It's good to know your protection. It's good to know your faith.
Exactly. And yeah, I mean, even like that, no matter how good our faith is, there's times where we falter, and then we've got a clean house, so to speak. You know what I mean? It's just like sometimes it's not like you get rid of your faith, but nobody's perfect. You know what I mean? Nobody's perfect. Sometimes we sin, and sometimes we allow negative energy to interloop or come in with us, and then we've got to clean house again. You know what I'm saying?
Right. It's like a constant process.
I know that all too well.
Yeah. I know, Bub. Me, you both, honey. And I mean, I'm real strong in my faith. I am. But a lot of time, even with that, it's almost like sometimes I get too relaxed with it.
Oh my God, I'm burning! Oh.
You cracking.
I did that because of Phoenix fire, what she did. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm ready. Cracking. But yeah, like even I sometimes I get relaxed, and instead of calling on my faith, and then like if I go out and I do paranormal, and then I come home, and then my phone's affected or my equipment's affected, and then it's like, okay, old girl, you forgot to do your prayers, or you forgot to do protection, and then I have to sit and I'm like, okay, God, it's Vickie again.
Yeah.
Come help your daughter out, come cleanse my phone for me, and then my phone will start working again. It'll work fine. I don't, but even with that, like I really don't have anything that I haven't ever had anything to affect me to a degree because of my faith, no matter how relaxed I get. And I think that's because of the deep down faith I have inside my soul. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That is very, very true. The faith that you have. And I prove that every time I do Laying with the Dead. Exactly. What you say is fact and true.
I think, whenever it comes down to it, I think you could, it's, you can go into anywhere without any form of protection on, without a cross or anything. And it all kind of boils down to your primal belief system, your primal faith, your and if you have that, you're good. You're straight. You can go and
that's like saying, you don't go in with anything. But to give a perfect example, I take this and I demand that you stay away, blah, blah, blah. You can't harm me, you can't touch me, and this will protect you because you're putting all your faith. You honestly believe that the deodorant keep evil from getting you.
Right.
But I'm also reminded, like, how we wear our stones and stuff. But I'm reminded, like, years ago, I remember reading this psychic woman, and I say that loosely because we all know how I feel about it. You've got your good and you've got your bad. You've got your people who are true and you got your people who are fake as shit. She was talking about how she lived in a haunted house and she kept communicating with these spirits, and so she brought out her stones, and this spirit laughed at her and told her, said, that ain't gonna do nothing for me, that's just a bunch of rocks. And then she was like, so then I realized my stones didn't mean anything. And I'm just sitting back here, and now I'm reading her writing this, and I'm just sitting back here, and I'm like, you're right, they are a bunch of stones, but they still have properties. But your faith and your intent and what you look at for protection is what you got. And if you don't have faith of some kind, some sort, or an intent of faith into anything, whether it's a cross, whether it's medallions, whether it's stones, if you don't have some kind of faith, then you're screwed. And if you're sitting there talking to spirits and you claim, some bitch that hurt. And if you claim you're psychic and you're talking to spirits, you better have some kind of faith to you, or you better be doing some closing off.
Yeah, right.
I'm like, because if a spirit's laughing at you with a negative intent, telling you, what's that going to do for me? That's just a bunch of stones. To me, that's telling me, you, number one, you ain't got no faith.
Yeah.
You ain't got no faith in your protection. And you're dealing with negative entities that you don't need to be dealing with. You're not psychic. If you were psychic, you'd know what the hell to do. I'm just saying. I'm just going to throw it out there.
Yeah. Do make sense. And I mean, this can go to, I'm not going to try to dog on anybody at all, but like atheist, skeptic, paranormal investigators, for instance, right? Why do you think that they don't get much evidence? It's because they don't believe in it.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's not gonna.
But you got to look at something else too. Okay, so if we're going to talk about good and evil, atheist aside, religious aside, but if you're going to talk about good and evil, or if you talk about God and the devil goes towards which people? Is he going to go towards the people he already has? Or is he going to go towards the people he wants to turn away from God and bring to him? Which one's going to see?
Right, exactly.
See what I'm saying? Because the ones who have that he already has, they see him every day. They're a part of their lives, so it's not something different. They're not going to acknowledge it. They're not going to see.
Right. You can read the stories of all of the saints who you know, just got essentially tempted, you know, by evil spirits and you know, just anything, and they were always confronted in a very in a manner that most people aren't. You know what I mean? Like they're always confronted more harshly, you know, even seeing things for a very long time, like straight in your face type of a deal.
What? Sorry, not you.
I cannot see Chad, by the way. So it's about intention and beliefs, how strong you are in the world. That is very true. So I'm gonna respond what's being pulled up on the stream, because I like the chat now, because my other device died that I was looking at chat on. So
I didn't know. Do you want me to read it to you? I didn't know.
I mean, if anyone's, you know, like talking like directly to me or having anything.
Yep. Well, PW said it's all about intention and beliefs, how strong you are in the world. I completely agree. Kat, she's throwing up the eye symbol for protection. Katrina, she and protects me whenever I'm scared bad, because she lives alone, and I pray to God to make it go away from me. And he's always there for me and sends his guardian angels to watch over me. Absolutely. PW says, I'm listening. I'm folding laundry. Bless your heart, she's still doing laundry. You can come do mine, girlfriend, because I still got some too. You're doing a great job. If you need me, I'm here for advice. Myers says, much love, guys. You need me, I'm here for advice. Let me know. I'm folding clothes. I'm not done. Or shit. I just jumped to the next one. Chat line moved up on me.
Good night, Myers.
Yeah. Myers is going to bed.
All right. Good night, Myers.
Let's see. Kat says, yes, it's all intentions for me.
But that's what it all boils down to. You know, you see these old grimoires and these old, you know, paths of like magic and stuff. Like, you know, take that, you know, for example, and it's so complex. And it's reading it, and it's like it would take you years to like learn anything, and it's just about kind of simplifying things and putting your intent into it, and that's where you get results. You don't get results out of climbing a 10-foot ladder into the tons of information. Like, that's not going to get you anywhere in like what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter how big it doesn't matter how big it is. It's just the fact that intention and faith is very important, especially whenever you're using like a scribe mirror, for example. If you don't have that constant intention, that intention to because you have to who do I want to communicate? You can use a scribe mirror to contact your higher self. There's tons of uses for it. I have a few. I used to make them all the time. But I don't know. I just think that a lot of people, whenever it comes time to it, a lot of people don't have a lot of faith.
No, you're right. And the world's getting worse. I mean, they're getting bad about that. But it's like, I really don't care what religion or what you believe in, whether it's Native American, whether it's Catholic, where it's Baptist, where it's non-denominational, Judas, and it doesn't per se matter to what extent you have, as long as you have a faith in the greater being that watches over us and guides us, and the one true spirit. You've got to have some kind of faith. And the world is getting so bad about just being solely focused on humanization that they have forgotten the spiritual faith base, no matter what that faith is. And that's where, as a whole, the human race is messing up, because without a faith base in some type of faith, people are turning to be narcissistic and evil, and just they're just not good people.
And I feel like that half the time they're not even really people. I feel like that they don't have that they lost. Like, I don't know. Like, I remember me being a kid, and I remember the world being so much different.
Yes, absolutely.
Now it's like it's weird if you go and talk to somebody like random.
Yeah.
What I mean? It's like, that's not normal. Like, saying hi to somebody isn't normal.
No.
Showing kindness, holding the door open to somebody isn't normal.
And they're rude about it. They're like, well, why are you doing that? Why are you? And it's like, okay, well, fuck you, or pluck you too. I put an L in there. So pluck.
No, you're fine. But if you stop and think about it, back when I started doing the research, I would go to libraries. Okay, now we got what we're doing here, to be able to learn and. Well, then you want to go to a library and you can't find what you want. You talk to the librarian, try and learn, and they want to sit here like you're some crackhead. Like, what in the hell planet? And it's like where it's kind of like you're able to easily find the
Excuse me.
That are like
Mm-hmm. I know. And then you got so many people because you do paranormal. Oh, you're devil worshippers.
Yeah.
Or yeah, I'm like, really? Go on with yourself.
Yeah.
Come on, because that's the same thing we've been doing. People have been doing it in ancient times. They
I know, I got spirits calling me devil.
I can prove that. Fort Duffield used to be against it. They didn't like it. They were all against everything until I came along. And then they saw that not everyone is a fake bullcrapper, wrong intentions and all that.
Speaking of Dustin, after this, man, you need to talk. I've been meaning to talk to you. I need to talk to you about your neck of the woods.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Bad, huh?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, really close by the way. We need to discuss it when we get off here.
Okay. Well,
you need to keep your eye open.
Wow.
Yeah, and saying I don't agree with that. Like, PW says she's Wiccan, so she's called satanic worship all day long. She said it's funny. And see, you've got white witches, gray witches, dark witches. Okay. And now I don't agree with the dark witches. I don't. Because they develop in stuff that I don't agree with. But there's nothing wrong that I have ever found with a white witch or a Wiccan when they're doing nothing but love and peace and earth. I don't see anything wrong with that. You know, it's what you put out to make it. And then gray witches, I don't know, like it would just depend on how dark they go into. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't believe in, and no matter what, I don't believe in doing harm intent. And once you get into harm intent, then you're damaging your own soul. You see what I'm saying? And that's with anybody. I don't care if you're Wiccan or religious or whatever. If you do harm of intent, that is not good.
Yeah. I checked the private chat. You can keep talking. Brandon can keep talking, or you can keep talking while you do. But
hello, can you hear me?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like usually whenever I talk, it'll show that I have that ring.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there it goes. But like sometimes it doesn't do it, so I'm not gonna believe it anymore. But yeah, I don't know. You know, it's some pretty weird stuff, kind of, you know, going around on my end, and it could have been a tweaker. I don't know. I mean, you know, it could have been anything. I mean, expect anything, you know. But
yeah,
you know,
because
that
the world's
was,
full of crazies, man.
yeah, you know, that was scary. How, you know, knowing that if I just didn't randomly go into the living room at that moment in time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Wow. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I love how everyone in the chat is asking you all questions, getting to learn you all, and I love that interaction.
I don't know. I can't see the chat because my phone died. So
Yeah, and I was doing private chat, but like it kept tripling my words, and then I was trying to delete some of them and read. I mean, it was crazy. Let's see. Chat. PW said you could have a shadow person and you won't know it. Anything's possible. Kat says, I just pulled the guardian angel card twice in the past week or so. Once as a daily pull and once for a friend who was in the hospital. Well, that's awesome. Let's see. OPW. Katrina says, OPW, I will pray for you and your sons. That's a lot to go through. I missed something. Hold up. May God watch over you and your sons, keep you safe from harm. May God have guardian angels watching over you. Good job, Katrina. That's right. Send that prayer out. We have the power of 3 law. We cannot harm anyone who, and it will come back to you 3 times. Right, PW. Let's see. Kat says, my cousin used to see shadow people. I thought she was crazy at the time. Well, okay, so I have a theory on shadow people. Okay. And my theory has to do with my experiences. Okay. So to me, you've got different kinds of shadow people. All right. So you have gray shadow people, you got black shadow people, and then you just have these creepy ass shadow people. Okay. So the creepy ones to me are more of like an interdimensional or another plane. Okay. Then you got your, I'm not sure about the gray. I'm undecided about the gray. But then you got your black shadow people. All right. So a lot of times with the black shadow people, and I'm not talking about Mr. Hat Man and the Slim. That's something else. But like your typical black shadows that you see, and sometimes they'll allow you to see them for a quick second or they disappear. To me, those are people who have passed on that don't have enough energy to produce the what's the word? An apparition. Okay, a full-on apparition. So a lot of times those are more curious, and those are people who have passed on that don't have enough energy or have not figured out how to pull more energy to be a full apparition. And so a lot of times you'll see them sneaking, but we're scared of them. Well, I'm not, but most people are scared of them because it's the unknown. But to me, it's they just don't have enough energy to be a full-on embodied apparition. So you don't really have to worry about those. It's the ones that come
try to hide.
It's right. It's the ones who come across with darker intent, or the ones that hold you down in bed. You know, that's more of a darker interdimensional, or you know.
I call them creepers because they, if you see them, they will move out of sight. They don't want you to see them. They want to catch you by surprise, but they don't want it to be like what you're just saying. Ones that don't have the full strength yet. You know, so you see them for a little while. You're expecting it. And the other ones, the creepers, they want to catch you off guard because they have that fright, that negative.
And they like it.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, they're
just
feeding.
I call them the creepers.
Like whenever you're opening up a door, like you know, really fast. You know, you're going into a room really fast, and you see them just there, and then they quickly, kind of like slide. Like they slide, you know, like they glide in the air and then they just kind of vanish. And I've actually
they make you think that you're just seeing things and that what you just saw must have been your imagination when it really wasn't.
Right. I mean, I've encountered a bunch of those. It's always been at like weird houses that don't have very good vibes. I've actually witnessed the Hat Man. Like I've seen the Hat Man. I don't think I've ever talked about that. I can't remember, but I have seen it. It's 100% legit. That entity is. I wasn't asleep. I wasn't like I was, and I automatically woke up, and it was scary, and it just kind of slid to the side of the bed earlier, just vanished. Get any type of feeling off of them. Like, that was the weird part. I had no feeling at all.
Yep. Well, I've experienced sleep paralysis. I've also experienced the creeper, which to me, the black man and other ones are part of the creeper because they wait till you're half asleep and your brain isn't fully there yet. You're going to be caught off guard more when you're in the confused state that you are when you're dead asleep. You wake up and see something. You're going to be terrified, but it's not. You're going to have your sense when you're in that state. You're going to have all that negative energy in there.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so you got different stages and different types of shadow figure.
Have you ever woken
I'll check into that, Cinderella.
Have you ever woken up and just kind of gotten out of bed and then realized that you're in a dream and you're like, oh crap, oh my God, I gotta wake up. And then you wake up and get out of your bed, and then you wake up and then you get out of your bed over and over and over, like 5 times straight, like in a row, really fast. Oh, those are terrible. It's called a false awakening. And it's just like it happens like back to back to back. It's like you think you're waking up, you're really not.
I remember doing that one time, probably in my 20s. I remember thinking how I thought I'd woke up and was going on the normal day to day, and then something wasn't right, and then I actually woke up. I remember doing that one time.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, like I can't see anything. I'm blind, so just letting everybody know. I can only see what's up on. I need to mention again. I'm just what did you do for me? Yes, welcome back. Yes, she's constantly fine.
All right, let me get back to the chat. Sorry, I'm doing some other investigations too. Multitasking. I got like different things going on here. After the live stream is over, hang on some information. All right, got so many people. But yeah, Brandon, definitely get a camera in the back of your house, and that really bugs me. Picture of your dog or your child, whoever you see.
Yeah, that was like, that's really weird. And what's really bothered me is what, the picture wasn't tattered or anything, so it's not like it fell out of my pocket like a long time ago or something like that. It was perfect. It was on top of the grass, like on top, just kind of laying on top of the blades of the grass, like it wasn't any other way. Like the grass didn't go around it. I mean, it was just a perfect picture. It was just weird. Like, I don't know where that. I don't know who would have had that. Like that shouldn't have even
Yeah, I don't know. Like, where was the picture originally at? Was it in your house, in a box, in your wallet, in a frame?
There's multiple pictures, but it was in a court.
So that makes me wonder, like, who or what was in your house?
Right. Yeah, maybe. I know things can manifest objects, to different locations. And maybe it's something like that.
Yeah.
Yes, which is very possible. I had an ex and that it would actually stab my witch bottles in my witch jars, and just so she could do like weird shit to me. Like that was really weird. She just like poke a tiny hole in it. Like, well, time to make another one. Yes. Let's just say that relationship ended pretty bad.
Wow.
Yeah, I think either would kind of disturb me because,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It's your son. I mean, I would be disturbed altogether.
Yeah.
What kind of son is it? You know what I'm saying?
It's hard not to like put a bunch of big ocean lights outside and just 1,000 cameras,
Yeah, you need to get one of them hunting cameras out there.
Get a saw off a barrel off something.
Mm-hmm. Dig a light, shallow grave, and maybe somebody will fall into it. I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know, but it is crazy, and that's the whole thing. It's like, this is your child, so what's the scariest thing for a parent? It's all about their children. That's the scariest thing for a parent, and somebody, I don't know. Mm-mm.
And I mean, I always used to do this. I always used to hear it's the scariest thing, for a parent. Like all my life, you don't really realize it to the full effect until you are one. You're like, oh my god, this is crazy.
It's like, I remember the first time my son was put in my arms. I remember looking down at him, and I had a panic attack. And I thought, oh my God, I'm responsible for him. If he lives or dies, it's all me. Like, if he has a good life, if he eats, if he breathes, if he dies, like, it's all my fault. It's all my responsibility. And it's just like, oh my God, I've got to feed him. I've got to clothe him. I got to keep him alive until, he's 18. Past that, like, all this stuff started going through my head, and it was just like, holy shit. Because, all of a sudden, it wasn't just about me and my husband anymore. It's this whole new little human that I've done brought into this world. It's a scary situation.
It's the huge extra.
Yeah. So, of course, I love it. I love my kids. I love all my kids. And my adopted kids. I got so many adopted kids, it's unreal. It's unreal. And I love them all. And I'd go to bat for all of them, and they know that. So.
Right.
PW, I'm right there with you. Like, I don't trust anybody with my kids. My kids does not go and stay the night. Like, they'll go stay the night with, family. And then it's only certain family. And it's not that I don't exactly trust the family. I don't. But they may do a certain lifestyle that I don't necessarily agree with. So there's only certain people that my kids actually go stay the night or go over, and like even with friends, it's like I go with them to their house. I'll take them up there and we'll do play dates and stuff. But and like until I know these people and I've been into their house and I know where their bedrooms is and stuff like that. Like, nope, it ain't happening. So not happening.
Yeah, I mean, my kid's only 2. I'm already dreading having to send him to school at 5.
Right? Yeah, my 2 youngest ones are, well, they're 7 and 9. My 7-year-old's fixing to turn 8, but it's just like, no. And then, of course, my older ones, we go in between me and my husband, we've got 6 kids. So they go from 32 years of age on down to 7. That's how our kids range. And no, just no. I remember going as a child. I'll never forget this. I was in school, begged my mom to go let me stay the night at one of my friend's house. I think I was like in 6th grade. So I was probably what, 11 or 12 or something like that, right? And I go spend the night with my friend, and her father is on the rough side. Like, he's just a rough man. Well, then that next morning, like, I already had bad vibes from him. Well, that next morning, he wakes my friend up, looking her in the face and laughing, thinking it's funny, but that's how he woke his daughter up to get her ready for school, is hitting her in the face. Yeah, let's just say I didn't go stay the night with anybody else. I didn't. And like she was begging me, please don't say nothing to nobody. Please, please, please. I'll never be your friend again. Please don't, because she was embarrassed by it. And I'm like, you need to tell somebody. Like, you need to get up and tell somebody. And like, I mean, that's some crazy shit. And I'm gonna let my kids go and go through something like that. That no.
So
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. Anyway, I don't know how long. Dustin, how long are you live for?
In 3 minutes, it'll be 4 hours, which is our usual time. So
Okay, yeah.
It's 1:30 here.
I'm hitting 4 hours. I guess it just says 4 hours. I don't know how long I've been on here, but I guess that's just the live in general then I'm looking at.
Johnny Pepper said it well. God has a certain place in hell for people that aren't children. Amen to that.
Amen.
Yeah, that's true.
Absolutely. I actually, speaking of, I actually into this. You switched us. What the hell, man?
I didn't do that.
You didn't do that? That's crazy. We always have some crazy stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, since we got like 2 minutes, so Johnny's good. I'll make sure I subscribe to Johnny. It'll mean a lot to me. He's like a big brother, man. He's a smart, wise man, and you can learn a lot from him. He's really down to earth. Cinderella, thank you, and I'm gonna check into that Cinderella. Catherine, thank you so much. And there whoever else is working, very grateful. Crazy, thank you so much. We missed you. Katrina, if you're still there, thank you so much. And you guys, wrong if you follow and subscribe to the panel, Small Pepper, Good Day Go, they're all good. So I'm done now. Vickie.
Good night, everyone. Thank y'all for being in chat and talking with us tonight.
I can't see anybody, but goodbye.
Oh,
Johnny Small Pepper. Johnny says, Brandon, don't know what's going on, but one step at a time. Tomorrow is a new day.
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's true.
Well said. Well said. And thank you. Okay, is done? You done, Brandon?
Yeah.
Okay, check everyone out. Deuces.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Okay. Thank you.